in nominating members to the forum to consider incorporating the two sponsors of the legislative proposal. To allow for speedy consideration of the matter, I will encourage the leadership to forward the names of the members to the clerk of the National Assembly by close of business on Monday, 21st November 2022. The House is accordingly guided. Thank you.
Order number 3, messages.
Honorable members, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 41 of the National Assembly, I wish to convey to the House a message from the Senate regarding the approval of Engineer Javeth Kome Njebere for appointment to the position of Inspector General of the National Police Service. Honorable members, the message conveys that the Senate on Wednesday, 9th November 2022, considered and adopted the report of the Joint Committee of the National Assembly Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Affairs and the Senate Standing Committee on National Security, Defense, and Foreign Relations in its report on the vetting of Engineer Javeth Kome Njebere for approval as Inspector General of the National Police Service, laid on the table of Wednesday, November 9th, 2022. Honorable members, you recall that on Thursday, 10th November 2022, this House also considered and approved the appointment of Engineer Javeth Kome Njebere as the Inspector General of the National Police Service. Now, therefore, honorable members, the aforementioned approval by the two houses has since been conveyed to His Excellency the President by the Speakers of both Houses of Parliament, which then concluded the bicameral approval process. In this regard, Engineer Javeth Kome Njebere has since been appointed as the Inspector General of the National Police Service, and the House is accordingly informed. Thank you.
Order number 4, petitions.
Honorable members, take your seats. Honorable members, there are members who had petitions in the morning who are not able to present them, and they were moved to the afternoon. Is the Honorable Patrick, is the Honorable James Nyikal in the House? Yes, Honorable Nyikal, are you ready with your petition? Pardon? Give him the mic.
Mr. Speaker, I thought it had passed, so I didn't.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. It had been put on the supplementary order paper of this afternoon. Are you ready?
No.
You are not. The Honorable Samuel Atandi, are you ready to present the petition of, on behalf of Ambassador Josephine Owor?
Yes, Speaker, I'm ready.
Caroline Otieno and Omonde Abonyo?
Yes, I'm ready, Speaker.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. This is petition number 7 of 2022 regarding probable loss of investments in Saiton high-yield solutions platform. I, the undersigned, on behalf of Mrs. Ambassador Josephine Owor, Mrs. Caroline Otieno, and Mr. Omondi Abonyo, draw the attention of the House to the following. 1, that a company named Saiton Investments Limited, dealing in capital investments and real estate placed adverts for one-bedroom apartments valued at 7.8 million Kenya shillings at a project named Ridge, The Ridge, under LR number 28223-3 along Kiambu Road in Kiambu County. 2, that investors who opted for off-plan arrangements started making their payments in 2017 and continued making regular payments as and when required. 3, that despite the very little activity on site, Saiton Investment Limited, through their representatives, kept explaining to investors verbally that they were finalizing other developments. 4, that investors made an initial installment of 10% of the sale value plus booking fee of 50,000 Kenya shillings. 5, that by year 2018, some investors who were paying by installment had paid each in excess of Kenya shillings 3.9 million, during which time it seemed the company had started experiencing internal financial problems since no construction ever started. Number 6, that those who feared for their investments and started asking for refunds were told they would incur a mandatory 10% loss on their deposits. 7, that in September 2019, when many investors began seeking refund, the company announced that it would put the money in its substitute platform, i.e. Saiton High Yield Solution, for 1 year to earn interest at 18% and then start refunding. Number 8, that in 2020, the company began blaming COVID-19 pandemic interruption and promised to refund the investors in 2021, during which time they kept sending statements to show interest was being earned. Number 9, that later an administrator was appointed and the company continued to experience financial difficulty, and to date nothing has come to fruition with regards to investors' money, nor has the Ridge project taken off. Number 10, that notwithstanding this debacle, the company has ostensibly kept their posts alive on social media platforms on investment analysis to dupe the investors and unsuspecting Kenyans that it is liquid and in optimum operational capacity. Number 11, that the company has been trying to sell off some of its properties in vain and might thus dissolve with depositors' money. Number 12, that efforts to ensure the company honors the agreement with the investors have not been productive, despite further engagement with the Capital Markets Authority. Number 12, that efforts to ensure the company honors the agreement with the investors have not been productive despite further engagements with the Capital Market Authority, CMA. Number 13, that the matter in respect of which this petition is made is not pending before any court of law or constitutional body. Therefore, your humble petitioners pray that the National Assembly, through the Public Petitions Committee, 1, engages Saiton Investment Limited and its partners to clarify how they intend to fulfill the agreement with the investors of the aforementioned Ridge Development Project. Number 2, holds the Chief Executive Officer, the CEO of Saiton, as responsible for mismanagement and secures the timely refund of investors' money. Number 3, engages the Capital Markets Authority, CMA, to establish how they intend to operationalize the investor compensation fund to grant compensation to investors who suffer pecuniary loss resulting from the failure of a licensed broker, stockbroker or dealer to meet his contractual obligations as stipulated in Section 18(1) of CMA Acts. And lastly, makes any other suitable recommendations it deems fit in addressing the issues raised in the petition. And your petitioners will ever pray. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Honourable Atande, listening to your petition, it does appear like there is a fraud and obtaining money by false pretenses. Have you advised your constituents to seek assistance from the criminal justice system? Because what you have read is disclosing a series of criminal offenses.
Yes, Honourable Speaker, indeed the petitioners have attempted to seek justice through the CID, but this has not been, they have not been successful. That is the reason why they have asked me as their MP to bring this matter here before the House.
Well, it's up to you to advise your constituents.
Thank you.
Honourable members, there is a second petition. After presentation, I will allow the normal 30 minutes for comments on both petitions. Honourable members, there's a petition regarding amendment to the Universities Act 2012. Honorable members, Standing Order 2252B requires the Speaker to report to the House any petition other than those presented by a member. Further, Article 119 of the Constitution provides for the right of any person to petition Parliament to consider any matter within its authority, including petitioning the House to enact, amend, or repeal any legislation. In this regard, honorable members, I wish to report to the House that my office has received a petition from Mr. Patrick Kaberia of identity card number 223194888 calling for amendment to the Universities Act 2012 in order to provide for the engagement of alumni associations and other stakeholders in resuscitating, rejuvenating, and supporting public universities in Kenya. The petitioner, who introduces himself as the Executive Director of PAWA Africa, a civil society organization specializing in socioeconomic development and governance, bemoans what he terms as the sad state of public universities in the country. He highlights poor leadership, mismanagement, deteriorating debt levels, lack of inclusivity, lack of accountability, failure to comply with the gender and regional balance, and inadequate public participation as some of the ills facing these institutions of higher learning. In particular, he views the exclusion of alumni associations and other stakeholders in decision-making as a root cause of this ongoing concern, which has led to some universities to face near collapse, auction of university property, as well as public ridicule. He is thus convinced that involvement of alumni associations will go a long way in addressing the aforementioned challenges, as well as in securing support, national pride, prosperity, and global competitiveness of universities through the resultant improvement in quality standards and management. Consequently, honorable members, the petitioner seeks the intervention of this House in amending the Universities Act 2012 in order to, among other provisions, 1, replace the word may in section 42 of the Act with the word shall in order to compel universities to establish alumni associations, and 2, empower university alumni associations to nominate representatives to the respective university council, university senate, management board, committees, and other organs in addition to managing an endowment fund. Honorable members, having determined that the matters raised by the petitioner are well within the authority of this House, I order that pursuant to provision of Standing Order 2271, this petition be committed to the Public Petitions Committee. The committee is required to consider the petition and report its findings to the House and the petition in accordance with the Standing Order 2272. I thank you. I'll now give you, honorable members, 30 minutes to comment on both petitions, the one presented by the Honorable Atandi, and this one from Mr. Patrick Kaberia. Wanda. As usual, the screen is full. I encourage those who want to comment on the petitions to go to interventions.
Mr. Speaker, I just have an issue that I seek your guidance on. I have an issue, Mr. Speaker, relating to petitions on which I seek your guidance. Mr. Speaker, there is a gentleman by the name Shem Otieno Dianga of ID card number 277-81888, who has indicated to me that he sent a petition. Indeed, he sent 3 petitions to this House, petitions dated 17th October 2022, which petitions were duly received by the National Assembly Main Records Unit on the 25th October 2022. And these petitions, these three petitions were seeking then, I still believe they are still seeking, the removal from office of the chairperson of the IEBC, Mr. Wafula Chebukati, and commissioners Boya Molu and Abdi Gulie. Mr. Speaker, this petitioner is wondering why his petitions have not been acted upon. But to the best of my recollection, no such petitions have been presented on the floor of this House. So I'm seeking your guidance, Mr. Speaker. What could have happened if indeed these petitions reached Parliament? They might not have reached your office, perhaps. Is it possible that these petitions are lying somewhere within the precincts of Parliament? And could you therefore direct that they be presented before the House, for the House to act on them accordingly, Mr. Speaker? Accordingly. Because, Mr. Speaker, I'm saying this in view of the fact that yesterday we did have certain petitions presented before this House concerning a certain set of commissioners of the same IEBC. For us to be seen as a House which observes and upholds the rule of law and the principle of justice, equity, and fairness, we need to quickly get to understand the whereabouts of these petitions and be made to act on them expeditiously, Mr. Speaker. If you could guide, I will be most grateful. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Wanda. First, I have not seen them yet. Secondly, are you saying that three petitions from one petitioner or one petition regarding three commissioners?
Mr. Speaker, Honorable Speaker, there are three petitions from one petitioner.
Okay.
Yes.
Clerk,
Mr. Speaker.
The clerk will look out their records and then bring to my attention. Honorable Yusuf Hassan, I believe you have logged in to speak to the petitions. 2 minutes each, honorable members. Give Honorable Yusuf the microphone.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to contribute to the petition brought by Mr. Patrick Kabere regarding the proposal to amend our Universities Act to include the important role of the alumni. And I would say that our universities are in a terminal crisis, particularly the public universities, and he has rightfully said they are facing serious problems of funding, and they're underperforming. And there is a need to inject new ideas and new funding to be able to keep these universities going. I therefore think that it is important for these universities, and universities all around the world benefit from their alumni, their former students. My former universities are constantly writing me letters demanding support and funding, which I'm happy to give because of the contribution they have made to my own education and my own life. And so I have no doubt that a university like the University of Nairobi, which is one of the biggest and the most successful of the universities in Eastern Africa, can benefit from its alumni and can get enormous contribution in terms of funding as well as ideas into those universities that have that benefit of having alumni students. So I think his ideas are constructive and they should be welcome, and his petition should be considered seriously by the relevant committee that it will be forwarded to. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support his petition.
Honorable Hassan. Honorable Oundo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Allow me to comment on the petition presented by Honorable Atandi on behalf of the investors. Honorable Speaker, for many years, the country, the capital market, has struggled with avenues to raise capital for investment. Of late, there has been a plethora of such instruments, corporate bonds, corporate papers, and more so, investing in high-yielding funds. Honorable Speaker, the case of Saiton is a very heartbreaking case. Very noble idea, either poorly managed or invested at the wrong time. The time when the real estate market was on the downward trend, and we do believe and hope that there must be a solution that's going to be found. Honorable Speaker, to put it very clearly, I wouldn't call this a matter of obtaining money by false pretense. This was a contract, an investment contract, just like you can put money in a bank and the bank sinks with the money. I do believe with the passage of time and the economy improving, things could be better. But I sincerely believe all those who purport to raise such kind of a way must put risk management measures to avoid loss of funds for the people of Kenya. This is a timely petition, and I do hope the Public Petitions Committee will do justice and resolve this matter once and for all. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Dr. Robert Bukose, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, sorry, I want to support the petition by Honorable Atandi on the investments, sorry, on the investments that people had invested in Saiton. And it's very unfortunate. I was also thinking in lines of why the investigative agencies could not move in time and be able to save these people their resources. Because when people invest in such investments, it's a lifetime investment. And therefore, it is a big loss to those people waiting for their money so that it can either give profit at 18% or be able to invest in other areas. So I think this is something that the committee should look at it expeditiously, because since 2019 up to now, I think those people are waiting for their justice. On the second petition on the universities, council on the universities, it's on the University Act 2012, it's a very unfortunate scenario, Honorable Speaker, that we are witnessing in our country, that public universities are being run down. And I think it's a petition that is timely so that we can be able to stop the tide for the universities towards sinking. Because when universities you are collapsing all over the country, then there is something very wrong that we think needs to be remedied. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I thank you.
The Honorable Otienda Amolo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first to comment on what the Honorable Pio and I was speaking to. Mr. Speaker, it's extremely important that in this House, we be seen as a house of equity and equitability, which means, Mr. Speaker, that there must be a mechanism by which any person, and especially you, Mr. Speaker, traces the petitions that are presented to this House without having to depend on the goodwill of the office of the clerk or any other office. And I suggest, Mr. Speaker, that you might put in systems that even members can see the petitions, therefore they do not have to repeat petitions that have been presented. On the petition read by Honorable Atandi, as I understand it, Mr. Speaker, it is a private contract issue. But the main theme and thrust of his petition is the failure by the public regulatory authority to regulate. And this is something that has happened in this country many times with insurance companies, with banks, and now with investment companies. And so even as he properly advises his constituents, Mr. Speaker, I urge that you still commit it to the appropriate committee to consider the failure of regulatory authorities. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, on the petition to involve, alumni associations, Mr. Speaker, you and I, and many of us here, went to the University of Nairobi. If we started counting the number of people who have gone through that university, they'll rank in their millions. Inherent in that petition is the assumption that alumni associations are run independently, they are run competently, and that they consult us. I don't know which member here is often consulted by our alumni association. I think that that would be putting an undue burden on the universities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Lillian Kogo.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this afternoon opportunity to add my voice to the petitions on the floor of the House. I want to speak to the petition that has been raised by the Honorable Atandi, my MP, my mother's MP. It's really very unfortunate that Kenyans endeavor and work very hard to have investments in various systems, but unfortunately, we also have schemers, Honorable Speaker, who target the money that Kenyans hardly work for and earn and want to invest, and some of them choreograph to run away with this money. It is important, Honorable Speaker, that this petition is committed to the right petition in the floor of the, through your office, the committee, so that this matter is looked at seriously and Kenyans are saved their hard-earned earnings and they get back their investments. Two, on matters alumni participating in the various management systems or universities, I rise to support that petition because nobody would want to see the school through which they went that made them who they are collapse. And if we put people who went through those universities, I got my 3 degrees from Egerton University, I'm getting a 4th one from the University of Nairobi. I would want to see these universities last forever and other people also benefit from the training that I've gotten from these universities. It's important that alumni are involved in the activities of the universities, and we need to protect our universities, Honorable Speaker. Our universities are collapsing, and as a house, we need to come up strong as leaders and as legislators to protect our universities. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Johanna Ngeno.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also wish to add my voice to these 2 petitions. Number one, Mr. Speaker, is a petition on the issue of land, issue of properties by the stated company, Mr. Speaker, which I think there has been that problem in the country, Mr. Speaker, where most of the companies, especially these building companies, build houses and start selling before even they raise from the ground, Mr. Speaker. And along the way, the company collapses. And there is no surety that the money which has been spent or the money which those people have paid is returned. So I think a law should be put in place, and this one is for us, members of this House, that anybody who wants to sell before proper construction must have a collateral, must give a collateral to the buyer that in case that particular company collapses, whatever will be sold. On the second petition, Mr. Speaker, on the universities, just like what my colleagues have said, most of the universities are almost collapsing, Mr. Speaker, and these are universities which are being paid, which are taking a lot of money from even students who are doing parallel courses. You can't imagine a student who is paying 200,000 a year, and we have a variety of students around 5,000 paying the same amount, but the universities are struggling. They are still not performing well. I think we should include the proposal of alumni in the management of the university so that they can ensure universities work so well. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Marwa Kitayama. Is your microphone working?
It is working.
It is on, but it's not working.
All right. Sorry for that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and this one is too short also. All right, now we are at the same level. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the statement by the petition that as read by Mr. Honorable Atandi. Mr. Speaker, Saiton is just a small example of what is going on in this country, especially in the built environment space. Mr. Speaker, there are so many families that are breaking because they put together investments, they put together their monies so that they can settle their families in decent homes. But what goes on is that people get conned, and they are big, Mr. Speaker, because they control a lot of money. After collecting a lot of money, they are untouchable. So it is out of desperation, Mr. Speaker, that petitioner has approached his member of parliament. And I want to thank you, Honorable Atandi, for taking the bold step to come out and speak for so many out there. Mr. Speaker, you may have heard of another company called Diamond Properties. Diamond Properties, Mr. Speaker, conned so many people, and they targeted the low income. and they are using radio FM stations who are popular, who drag people into this con game, and of course they get away with it because they have a way of manipulating the justice system. Mr. Speaker, I think it is timely that this goes to the right committee. Let us prosecute it, even if this matter is being handled in another area. There is an element, there is something that is making these people get away with it, and that is what this House needs to support so that we arrest. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Gladys Boss. David Speaker.
Honorable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to weigh in my voice on the matters, on the petitions that are presented before this House. First, I'd like to comment on the petition, the reference to a petition that had been brought to the House that was made by Honorable Wandanyi, who is the minority leader, where he says there was a petition that was brought but has not been brought before the House. I think I would request that he be asked to provide the copy of the petition, duly stamped, received with an actual date and time, with a corresponding delivery book if there is, so that we can put this matter to rest and to know that to which office it came to, so that we don't have aspersions being cast on the staff members of Parliament. Two, Honorable Speaker, I would like to speak to the petition relating to the involvement of alumni of University of Nairobi and other universities. I support this petition. However, I'd like to put a rider that I implore Parliament to have a more holistic approach to it, because we know what ails our universities. It's not the fact that there isn't involvement by our alumni, but more because, one, we know that those universities went into over-expansion to various satellite universities which were not sustainable or not well thought through. For example, when the University of Nairobi decided to expand, they used their capital to set up new satellite universities, satellite colleges. They even gave those universities assets. They got involved in the construction of those buildings. And then those universities got a charter, and they lost that capital and lost the assets. In other places, they expanded. I know the law school.
Your time is up, boss. Can you give the Deputy Speaker 1 minute to finish?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, it was an uncontrolled expansion. Secondly, we also know that the Ministry of Education at some point decided that they would give most of the money coming in from the fund of the higher education to private universities, to the exclusion of public universities. That is what has made our universities collapse. That must be addressed, not just the alumni issue. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Emmanuel Wangwe. Give to the Honorable Wangwe the microphone. Use the one that...
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I just wish to comment on two petitions, the one by Honorable Atandi and that one on education, Honorable Speaker. About that of Honorable Atandi, I wish maybe, Honorable Speaker, to urge the committee that you will entrust with that petition, not only to enclose itself on what Honorable Atandi has said, as requested, but also go beyond and look at the origin of the issues touching on Kenyans losing money, commonly known as the pyramid schemes. The origin of this issue began with the pyramid schemes, where Kenyans lost a lot of money. So if we can treat the disease from that time, it will be easy for the regulatory authorities, Honorable Speaker, at least to give proper guidance in terms of how to manage future investments. Honorable Speaker, about the petition on education, it is my issue that we request the committee that will look into the petition to be cautious. We have two institutions in every university, that's the University Council and the University Senate. Honorable Speaker, if at all we allow alumni to mingle with issues to do with University Senate, is likely to compromise the output of the product that we have in universities. But if at all we'll allow the alumni to maybe support the University Council in terms of management of resources and sourcing for more resources to run the university, that might work. Otherwise, Honorable Speaker, I beg to support the two petitions, and we look forward to seeing the reports back in the House, and we'll see how to contribute. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Russell.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I wish to comment on these two petitions. Firstly, that presented by Honorable Atandi. On the face of it, this looks like a gross fraud that actually the investigative authorities should have dig deeper and brought culprits before a court of law. But on the other hand, it appears this issue is widespread, that many Kenyans have lost their hard-earned savings for a very long time, that this thing must be brought to an end. And I think this is why the work of Parliament is really necessary. On the issue of petition on universities, I think our public universities are no longer universities of first choice because they are underfunded. There's problem of leadership. And also, young Kenyans are reluctant to go to public universities because they are not able to finish their studies in the appropriate time. So for that reason, what the petitioner is really asking is, can you Kenyans who have benefited from this institution come forward and help out? I think Parliament is best placed because this is where we allocate resources. And we must see, do we need to allocate more resources or we address leadership of this institution? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Russell, Ferdinand Wanyonyi, you'll be the second last.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the chance. And I just want to make a comment on the university. I think sent by Mr. Patrick somebody, I heard, and they want to include the alumni in the council and Senate in the public university. I quite agree with him because looking at what is happening today, the Speaker, you agree with me and everybody else will agree with me that the running of these institutions, I think, is just, it's like there's not something very clear what is happening. You have this High Education Loans Board, which these members pay through their CDF, what have you. And on top of that, again, the CDF. And I can tell you, we have a problem because of lack of direction. So we get some of the old members here who have been in some of the schools, like the University of Nairobi, where I'm alumni, and many other people here. I think things will change. And therefore, I support that petition. And I think let's go ahead and have members who have been in these universities joining the council to be able to assist in directing the activities in these particular universities, particularly Nairobi University, where I went. Things are very, very different. You look at what is happening, you can't believe. So I support Patrick. Let's do something about us joining, those who are here, joining. If you ask to go to join the Senate, please do that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The last. Yes, one day, I see. On a point of order. On this matter? Yes. What is out of order? Can you give the Honorable Minority Leader microphone?
Mr. Speaker, following my earlier comments, I wish to table the petitions that I had alluded to much earlier in my comments.
Honorable Andai,
yes,
you are out of order. Those petitions are not on the floor.
But she has challenged me.
She was contributing. She didn't ask you to table.
She asked me to provide evidence.
She said you had not shown any evidence.
And I have them here now.
If you have evidence,
yes,
take them to the clerk.
Very good.
Yes.
Very good.
Take them to the clerk. I'll give the last opportunity to Mr. Honorable Joseph Cheriot from Kipkelion. I'll give you 2 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, this is better now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I raised to support the Niniba Honorable Tandi concerning Saiton. Mr. Speaker, there are several companies which have started actually doing business with the public without considering their welfare, and Saiton is one of them, Mr. Speaker. There has been a lot of complaints, and for this to be discouraged, Mr. Speaker, the best way to go is to give them blackout, because they use the radio or the media. They also use even spaces in towns to market themselves, and this is like giving them the legal way to do things, Mr. Speaker. Diligence also has to be done to such companies to know whether they have the capacity to run such business or to construct houses, Mr. Speaker. By doing this, Mr. Speaker, I think we are saving Kenyans so that they are not going to be drained financially. And as we've heard, Mr. Speaker, this has caused a lot of havoc to families, and many families have actually broken because of that, Mr. Speaker. For that reason, I support the question from Mr. Azandi, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. Allow me to acknowledge Thika Road Primary School, Roysambu, in the public gallery, St. Stephen's Education Center from Langata in the public gallery, African Youth Leadership Forum, Stare in the public gallery, Ichagaki Mixed Secondary School from Maragua in the public gallery. Maragua is in Muranga. On your behalf and my own behalf, I welcome the schools in the gallery to the Houses of Parliament. Next order, we are done with the petitions.
Order number 5, papers.
Of course, the petitions are automatically committed to the Public Petitions Committee. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Wednesday, November 16, 2022, afternoon sitting. 1, report to Parliament on all new loans contracted by Government of Kenya from 1st May 2022 to 31st August 2022 from National Treasury and Planning. 2, quarterly economic and budgetary review for the first quarter of the financial year 2022-2023 from the National Treasury. 3, annual statutory report of the Council of Governors for the financial year 2021-2022. 4, annual report and financial statements of the National Land Commission for the financial year 2021-2022. 5, the 7th batch of nominees to 7 National Government Constituencies Development Fund committees from the National Government Constituencies Development Fund Board for the following constituencies: A, Alego Songa; B, Karachuonyo; C, Lungalunga; D, Machakos Town; E, Matuga; F, Mwingi Central; and Seme. 6, reports of the Auditor General and financial statements in respect of the following institutions for the financial year ended 30th June 2021 and the certificates therein: Pyrethan Processing Company of Kenya, Masai Technical Training Institute, Kipsoen Technical and Vocational College, Kajiado West Technical and Vocational College, Kajiado East Technical and Vocational College, Chepsirei Technical and Vocational College, Kapcherop Technical and Vocational College, Kenya Airports Authority, Kenya Civil Aviation Authority, National Drought Management Authority, National Youth Service, the Asset Recovery Agency, Water Services Regulatory Board, Universities Fund, National Commission for Science, Technology and Innovation, National Council for Nomadic Education in Kenya, National Industrial Training Authority, National Museums of Kenya, Kenya Rural Roads Authority, Rural Maintenance Levy Fund, Veterinary Medicine Directorate Council, Kenya Fisheries Service, Kenya Plant Health Inspectorate Service, National Cereals and Produce Board, Numerical Machining Complex Limited, New Partnership for Africa's Development, Africa Peer Review Mechanism, NEPAD, /APRM, Kenya Secretariat, Kenya Bureau of Standards, Export Processing Zones Authority, Mishuki Technical Training Institute, Pharmacy and Poisons Board, and finally Mukurweini Technical Training Institute. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
Honorable Speaker, I rise to respond to a request from the leader of the minority party last week regarding the status of disbursement of the NGCDF funds for the financial year 2022-2023. Honorable Speaker, I have this statement from the CS National Treasury, Professor Njuguna Ndungu, that the National Government Constituency Development Fund, NGCDF, this financial year has been allocated a total of 44.3 billion in the national budget for the financial year 2022-2023. The National Treasury has, however, not disbursed any amounts of the voted provision for the financial year 2022-2023 due to a number of factors. First, he avers that we have experienced delays due to the transition to the new government following the general elections held on 9th August 2022. Second, despite the good revenue performance for the financial year 2021-2022, the Russian-Ukraine conflict exerted pressure on fuel and commodity prices, prompting the government to increase spending to cushion citizens. In addition, the war in Ukraine worsened the international financial market conditions, and as a result, we were unable to raise the expected resources from international markets. This, coupled with the delayed disbursement of funds from the IMF and shortfalls in domestic financing, meant that the financing for the financial year 21-22 budget was lower by Kenya shillings 241.2 billion. As a result, the government carried over huge deficits, huge pending bills from the previous financial year amounting to 90 billion shillings, payment of which has been prioritized in this financial year. Secondly, the government is facing expenditure constraints and pressures from fuel subsidy, drought mitigation interventions, and salary budget shortfalls, as well as new priority programs for the incoming government, such as the establishment of the Hustler Fund, fertilizer subsidy, and pensions. The additional expenditure pressures are estimated at 117 billion. The National Treasury has, however, taken measures aimed at unlocking financing from both external and domestic markets, and there has been notable improvements. Going forward, therefore, the National Treasury will be able to reduce the outstanding unfunded exchequer requests. The National Treasury has also taken note of the Supreme Court decision on Petition number 1 of 2018, delivered on 8th August 2022, in which a declaration was made that the CDF Act of 2013 was unconstitutional. It is not clear what the implication of this court decision is on application of NGCDF Act of 2015. The National Treasury has therefore requested for the legal opinion of the Attorney General on this matter, and in particular, the implication of the Supreme Court decision on the utilization of NGCDF budget for the financial year 2022-2023. The National Treasury has, however, not received feedback from the Office of the Attorney General. Finally, subject to the legal advice from the Office of the Attorney General, the National Treasury commits to disburse Kenya shillings 2 billion to the NGCDF every week, effective the week starting 21st November 2022. That statement, Honorable Speaker, is from the CS National Treasury. However, Honorable Speaker, as members may have noted from the statement, the National Treasury avers that they are preparing after getting an opinion, and he says, subject to the opinion of the Attorney General, the National Treasury and Economic Planning will embark on a disbursement plan aimed at disbursing at least 2 billion shillings. And I think this is what they have done when there has been a shortfall in terms of how much has been disbursed, is to prepare to disburse 2 billion shillings on a weekly basis to help catch up. But members may note that there is that proviso on subject to getting an opinion from the Office of the Attorney General. And Honorable Speaker, I do not want to dwell on that subject a lot because we have had discussions outside this plenary, Honorable Speaker, and I am aware we are yet to engage. And being that the matter is still in court on NGCDF Act of 2015, it will be important, even as we engage, Honorable Speaker, that we encourage the National Treasury. I think the AG's office is just across the road from the National Treasury, to quickly walk to the AG's chambers, get that opinion, and be able to advise the committee. And I would really want to encourage members that we leave this matter largely to be dealt with through committee. And I want to encourage, Honorable Speaker, or ask that the chair of the NGCDF committee does immediately write to the Attorney General and the National Treasury CS, inviting them to a meeting between the two offices of the CS National Treasury and the Attorney General, and in one sitting they can thrash out the issues that are there, so that whatever opinion the AG may have, members can engage in committee with either the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury and also the Attorney General, so that if there are any challenges, even the matters that are before the courts, either with the 2013 Act or even with the NGCDF Act, they can be able to engage at the committee and maybe advise us through the normal channels or even in plenary through a report on what actions that we ought to take. Honorable Speaker, it may not also be lost on members, and I think you had a communication to the effect on the debate that we have had on the proposal by the Honorable Mule and the Honorable Gishimu Githinji on NGCDF and GAF. And since there are challenges, and we may not bury our heads in the sand that there are no challenges, those challenges persist, and they are real, and therefore it is an engagement that I would really want us to ask the House that we do engage in another forum, either through committee and in the other informal engagements that we are embarking on, so that we don't jeopardize even all the other engagements and the matters in court. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Majority Leader. I'll give only to the man who raised it, the Honorable Opio and I.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, I want to caution fellow members that the foot thumping is premature. If you listen carefully to the statement by the Honorable Chungwa, you will realize that there's nothing totally, that has been committed by the CS National Treasury in terms of the disbursement of NGCDF. But let me say this, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, once this House approves budget estimates and goes further to pass an appropriations bill, which is eventually assented to by the President to become an appropriations act, it is incumbent upon the National Treasury to release funds for purposes of effecting those budgetary proposals. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, and from the statement by the Honorable Kimani Chungwa, there is no evidence whatsoever that the National Treasury, CS, or anybody else for that matter, has been served with a court order stopping them from disbursing the NGCDF funds, pursuant to the Appropriations Act that this House duly passed. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this House doesn't act in vain. We don't come here and sit and act in vain. We come here and do serious business. And there is nobody whatsoever under the sun who can veto what this House has passed unless a court of law expressly guides otherwise, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, therefore, Therefore, and I have the ruling here, by the way, the orders given by the Supreme Court on petition number 1 of 2018 are so express. They don't need any further interpretation. They don't. And the courts don't give orders to be interpreted again by lay persons, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, therefore, the idea that the CS National Treasury is still seeking some advisory opinion from the Attorney General on this very straightforward matter is basically to take this House in circles. It's a circus, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, I want this House to stay firm and stamp its authority and demand that the National Treasury disburses the NGCDF funds in accordance with the Appropriations Act without any further delay, Mr. Speaker. Today or tomorrow. Today. Mr. Speaker, this is a very serious matter. And when I spoke here last week, the media were misinterpreting what I was saying. I was not saying that we shall go on strike. No, we don't go on strike. We are too serious to go on strike. But we can stop business, Mr. Speaker. This is the House of Parliament. This is the House of the representatives of the people of Kenya. We can stop business until and unless the NGCDF funds are disbursed. And let nobody think that they can intimidate us. We can never be intimidated as a House, Mr. Speaker. And I want to call upon, Mr. Speaker, that you allow a few of my colleagues to make comments on this matter. It's a very serious matter. This is so serious matter that it cannot wait for anything else. It can be debated until the evening, Mr. Speaker, until the cows come home. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I can't tell who wants to speak to this matter, because many of you have been on the screen since I walked in. Yes, the John Buddy. I'll give you 2 on either side. Then we go to other business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I appreciate the response which has been given through the majority leader, although I could read his body language, he was reading response from the ministry and he was not so convinced. Mr. Speaker, there is something that bothers me. And I think even in the executive, especially Treasury, is not interested in releasing CDF. The reason why I say so is if the order that the court gave, assuming it was served on the Treasury, was for the 2015 Act, and it is clear that the other Act, 2013 Act, and it's clear that the other one, the same people who challenged the 2013 Act went to court to challenge the 2015 Act. That is an admission by the petitioners that the 2015 Act has not been ruled on by the court. And therefore, what is this opinion that you are seeking from Attorney General? I'm not a lawyer, but to me it sounds so clear that even the petitioners themselves acknowledge that what they petition or what they challenge in court has been overtaken by event. And therefore, why are we waiting for this matter of 2015 Act to be ruled on, so that again we are caught in a state where we are asking whether to amend the Act again? So, Mr. Speaker, mine is this simple, that I would urge the majority leader, because he's the point of interaction between this House and the executive, to advise the executive, if they need the advice, that we have said that the law is with them. Number one, the 2015 Act has not been ruled on. Number two, there is an Appropriations Act, and therefore they are not going to disburse funds illegally. They are going to disburse funds that have been appropriated by the National Assembly of the Republic of Kenya. In short, Treasury has no reason at all, zero at all, majority leader, to delay up to today. There is no reason. Let them release funds and let them not talk about 2 billion. Let them accumulate all the 2 billions per week from July 1st up to today, get the total amount, If it is less than 44, let them release that percentage. If it is beyond 44, we are not asking for more than 44 billion. Let them release 44 billion, which they have been accumulating from 1st of July, when the government of Kenya started collecting money for 2022-2023 financial year. Mr. Speaker, that is my comment. And Majority Leader, I know you are also pained. That is why I could see your body language. You are not very happy with that response. In fact, I ask myself, when you get these answers from the cabinet secretaries, do you engage with them or you just deliver them as conveyor belt? Because if I were you, Majority Leader, I would have not brought that answer to the floor of the House. What I would have done was to engage with the Treasury, advise them accordingly, and then you bring a report that could convince this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member for Manyata.
Thank you.
You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to put my statement also on this issue. It is on this issue, Honorable Speaker, that all members of Parliament agree that we need these funds disbursed as quick as possible. And although that statement has been read from the Minister, I agree with the members that have spoken before me that that money should have been brought yesterday. Honorable Speaker, everyone here, and I think many of them can bear me witness, we have Form 4s right now who are not in class, and they have exams that they are starting very soon. We have Class 8 students, and we have many people who are waiting for that money. Honorable Speaker, if this money delays for another 3 weeks, I know many Form 4s will not be able to do exams, Honorable Speaker. It is fair, and it is just fair, to have this money disbursed so that these members, and Honorable Speaker, the new members of Parliament are even more confused, because to them, they had promised so many things that they will do with the CDF money. Some schools, Honorable Speaker, I visited one in my constituency recently that is actually raining and students cannot even stay in class. We have a lot of work we want to do, and I would really request the Majority Leader to go back to the Minister in charge of Treasury and get a better term and condition on the issue of CDF. Let's get the money in our accounts. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
A moment, honorable members. Give me a moment to get this business. Okay. The Honorable Waitan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think this is a very crucial issue, Mr. Speaker, and it has really caused a lot of pain in the constituencies because students who have, earlier been paid by CDF have been staying at home. They have been chased. And you see, that makes the members of Parliament elected August 2022 to be far much different than our predecessors. People see us as if maybe we have eaten up the CDF. I think this is not an issue where we as a house we are begging. We are not begging this money. We want this ministry to release these funds. They have no excuse at all. The judgment that was made by the Supreme Court is the 2013 Act, not 2015. This money as quickly as possible. Otherwise, we are going to stop any business in this house. We are not going to conduct any business. We will stop everything until and unless they release this money. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Dikir. Imurua Dikir.
Yes, asante sana Bwana Speaker. nataka niseme ya kwamba hii mjadala yenye inaendelea kwa hii chumba ya CDF, Bwana Spika, hii sio swala yenye inabidi sisi tuiongelelee kwa muda. Ninaelewa na tunaelewa kama wajumbe kwamba saa hii kunao shida mingi kwa serikali, haswa kwa mambo ya pesa, haswa kwa mambo ya malipo. Lakini Bwana Spika, tungeliomba kwamba hata kama tutaenda kungojea vitu zingine kama majengo, kama ya kuenda kujenga mashule, tungependelea na tunaomba kiongozi ya walio wengi ahakikishe ya kwamba ile pesa ya kwanza tuipate, hata ya kulipa fees kwa wanafunzi ambao wamejaa kwetu, ambao wako nyumbani, ambao wanangojea kulipwa fees. Saa hii tukikaa hapa Bwana Spika, messages yenye tunaipokea kutoka wanafunzi, tunaenda lini? Mnatupea lini? Bwana Spika, naomba na ninaomba kabisa kwamba serikali kwanza i-release hata kama ni 40 million kwa kila constituency ya kulipa fees kwa wanafunzi, ndio hata hii ingine tukijua ya kwamba serikali inaendelea kukusanya pesa na inaendelea kutafuta pesa, tutaelewa. Lakini please tafadhali Bwana Spika, hiyo pesa ilipwe mara moja ndio watoto waende shule. Na kwa issue ya kotini, Bwana Spika, kotini ilirule kwa kesi ya 2013, act ya 2013, sio 2015. Na hakuna mtu ya kutafuta ati decision ama opinion kwa kitu yenye hijaruliwa upon. Kwa hivyo Bwana Spika, ningependa kusema
The Honorable Bissau.
Bwana Spika.
Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I remember in the last ruling, the Speaker then requested the Majority Leader to give a comprehensive statement. But what the Majority Leader has given us is not a comprehensive statement. And I think in law...
Order, Honorable Majority Leader. Majority Leader, you should be listening to the sentiments of the members of
the Speaker.
Honorable MP for the Goreti South, please take your seat. Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, what was requested from the Majority Leader was a comprehensive statement. What he has given is not comprehensive.
Majority Leader.
Can I finish?
Let him finish.
Can I be protected, Mr. Speaker? I think
proceed.
There is nothing in law that prohibits the Majority Speaker, the Majority Leader, after speaking to the financiers, not to speak to the AG. In any case, Mr. Speaker, they are on the opposite side, across the road. So what we request is a comprehensive statement. This is a weighty matter. There are children back at home, they have not gone to school. There's a lot of outcry. And what we expect is actually a comprehensive statement, a comprehensive feedback with very clear timelines on when this is going to be disbursed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Are you still on order? The Honorable Gogo, and then followed by the MP for the Goreti South. And then we'll take two more and proceed on to the next order.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. I want to allow me, Honorable Speaker, to speak to the Majority Leader on this matter, and allow me to get his attention through you, Honorable Speaker, because as he's engaged, he's trivializing this matter and is busy just conversing. Honorable Speaker, I kindly request that you allow the Honorable Majority Leader to listen to me, Honorable Speaker, because as he's engaged, he's busy talking and laughing.
Order, the MP, Honorable Lagat. Don't keep the Majority Leader busy with sideshows.
Yes, he's just being engaged, and they are joking about matters that as NGCDF, I represent a single constituency called Rangwe constituency, and through the Honorable Speaker, the matter at which you are joking with Honorable Majority Leader would also determine whether you are going to be Majority Leader for the future or not. Because when it comes to matters NGCDF, the person of the AG is a politician. The executive has been elected through an elective process. Kindly protect me, Honorable Speaker. When it comes to matters NGCDF, we don't need to belabor it.
Dr. Gogo, order. The Honorable Majority Leader is on a point of order.
You know, Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Lilian Gogo, the Honorable Bissau, are addressing the Leader of Majority as if he is a cabinet secretary, National Treasury. I just want to inform them that the leader of majority is neither the cabinet secretary in charge of the National Treasury, nor do I stand here in his place. The leader of minority asked for a statement from the National Treasury Cabinet Secretary through the leader of majority. I am just a conveyor. Members of the public from Kikuyu constituency are waiting for CDF just like those from Rarieda, those from Kiminini are waiting.
Order.
And therefore, Honorable Speaker, and if members had listened, Honorable Speaker, which is more fundamental, and the Honorable Pio and I did allude to it, the foot thumping was premature. Equally, the castigation is also premature. This matter is more weighty. The matter of NGCDF and the issue of the CDF Act of 2013 and NGCDF. And that is why I even appeal to members to be a little bit balanced on what we say here in view of the matters that are in court. And I would really want to beg members to be measured, especially on the matters that are in court.
Proceed, Honorable Dr. Gogo, and just finish your concerns.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. At least now, the Honorable Majority Leader is responsive. And when he is required to give a statement on the floor of the House, Honorable Speaker, it is only responsible that it is expedited in a manner that is convincing to members. And when it comes to matters, NGCDF, Honorable Speaker, of course we know there are people who run to court. These people run to court because whether Kenyan children go to school or not, they don't care. But for all I care is that the Honorable Majority Leader should speed up whatever he's doing. We need a comprehensive report, a matter expedited in a way that these monies are going to be disbursed to the various constituencies so that our children who are stranded at home with their parents can go to school. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The MP for the Greater South. Order. Honorable members.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And I would want to actually take a different view. For starters, I want to understand that the leader of majority is actually the messenger. And we have no business here shooting the messenger. The message is weighty. And the members of this House need to understand that what is under siege is actually a fund that is very dear to their constituents. That beyond being the House that reads from the Book of Lamentations, Mr. Speaker, this House will now have to start being a bit more innovative in how they think about this NGCDF matter. NGCDF, as is constituted originally, and the NGCDF 2015 is actually under serious peril. And it is not even the Treasury that has problems with it. Now, this being the House that makes laws, Mr. Speaker, we will have to think very quickly. First, the broken telephone going through the leader of majority is actually going to get us into more jeopardy. We might now, having fully constituted committees, might start to think of how we invite these people to the House to answer directly to this House, because this is broken telephone. What we're getting from the leader of majority has gone through a lot of processing. It came from the courts, went to the Treasury, now has to go to the AG. I think these people can appear in person before this committee urgently. We are able to summon them. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, we might need to think of how to reconfigure NGCDF substantially. We might need to even think of how to properly bring it under the purview of this parliament. If it will mean to have this NGCDF administered through the Parliamentary Service Commission, then so be it. Because, Mr. Speaker, this parliament cannot keep being at the mercy of a treasury or an AG
because as we speak now, Mr. Speaker, all we are doing is reading from the Book of Lamentations, and we are the house that makes laws. We can make laws that change how CDF is administered.
What's your point of order, Honorable the MP for Suna East, Migori?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I said this yesterday on the floor of this House, and I want to repeat it. Mr. Speaker, there is a conspiracy in this country against CDF. And this conspiracy is being perpetuated by both the executive and the judiciary. And the idea is to fight Parliament and to make members of Parliament look as useless as possible, Mr. Speaker. CDF is not a fund that began yesterday or today or the other day. It has been there since 2003, 2004. It has been there for the last 20 years, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is not a fund that was started in this Parliament or last Parliament. If people feel, I know the judiciary is behaving in a manner that they think they are going to fight Parliament, but in the actual sense, they are fighting.
He's on a point of order.
No,
you can't have a point of order on a point of order. Order, Honorable, order. Exhausted your time, Honorable MP. Order. Order the MP for Dagoretti South. You do not engage the chair in a debate.
Mr. Speaker,
proceed.
The judiciary is behaving like they are fighting Parliament, but in the actual sense, they are fighting the people of Kenya. The beneficiaries of CDF funds are the people of Kenya. Their children are not going to school. Their schools are not being built. The roads are not being done that are leading to schools. Mr. Speaker, this matter is a serious matter, and this Parliament, because Parliament doesn't have a union, as you know, and our union normally is the Parliamentary Service Commission, and that union has failed us time and again. You know that. We cannot even access any allowance of late because of a failed union called Parliamentary Service Commission. Parliament now must down their tools completely, if need be, until this matter of CDF is sorted, because the conspiracy is being perpetuated by two arms of government called the executive and judiciary against one arm of government. And they know both arms.
That is too long for a point of order
no,
interjection.
Allow me to contribute.
The chair is the interested party in this debate. That's why the chair is not observing the rules strictly.
Yes.
But having said that, don't also have it as an open-ended. MP for Mandela, finish in 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, can I leave my point of order at this point, and then you can give me time to contribute?
No, just you have 2 minutes to conclude.
So, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for your indulgence. Mr. Speaker, I am requesting that if need be, Parliament must down their tools because, Mr. Speaker, this is ridiculing Parliament also in one way. We are two sets of acts of Parliament that were making NGCDF constitutional. One was made illegal by the Supreme Court 1 month, 2 months ago. Another one today again by the High Court, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if that is not fighting Parliament, I don't know what it means fighting Parliament. And secondly, this new government of Kenya Kwanza, if they have no money to fund the CDF, let them just say we have no money, we are broke. Instead of telling us, oh, it's the court, it's there. I want Parliament to summon the Attorney General, summon the Committee of Parliament, NGCF, to summon the AG, to summon the Minister for Finance, the Treasury PS, to summon all people in the executive who are dealing with the NGCDF so that we can face them on the eye and tell them that Kenyans are suffering. Mr. Speaker, thank you for your indulgence. That is why you are a good speaker. You know.
Fair enough. The MP for Mandera West. Did you need to conclude beyond what you have said? I thought you had concluded. Okay, you have 1 minute to conclude.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I have to also join the honorable member for Suna East and say that you're actually very deserving to be on that seat, Mr. Speaker. And also say that, as you observed rightly, you're actually an interested party. Mr. Speaker, I was actually concluding my remarks because I was waiting to hear which standing order the member from Suna East was standing on. However, my more salient point, Mr. Speaker, had been that this House is capable of moving in the right direction as concerns CDF, that we can stop reading from the Book of Lamentations, reconfigure how CDF exists, and if it will mean for us to bring CDF under the purview of the Public Service Commission, what the member for Suna East is calling our union, then so be it. But in the meantime, Mr. Speaker, in the meantime, Mr. Speaker, the people who are capable to answer us need to appear before this House. The broken telephone of information coming from Treasury, going through the AG, coming to the Leader of Majority is not helpful. All I would like to know is whether downing tools means also skipping South Sudan for the sports. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The MP for Mandera West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I also echo my colleagues, and I start by saying that CDF is money appropriated legally. It's not money that we are begging. And this House is the House that appropriates all the monies. If we cannot get the little money that was appropriated by this House for the purpose of the constituency's development, then it is very unfortunate. I will request the various committees which are relevant to this issue to summon those, let's say the Minister for Finance, the AG, and even the Chief Justice, who said maybe initially said the 2013 CDF is illegal, and therefore all these things is coming because of that. So that she can also come here and say, no, that was 2013 CDF, not this one. Unless we summon all those together by one committee and they answer questions and release the money, then we are doing nothing here by asking for statements, by sending our Leader of Majority up and down here as if he's an errand boy. He is not. So what we need, I think, is to summon those, all those who are concerned, and we don't need the statements, we need the money. In my constituency today, 80% of students who are relying on CDF for bursaries are not going to school. All livestock and livelihood are lost because of drought, and therefore, in the next maybe 2 years, there will be nobody going to secondary school, there will be nobody coming to the universities, and therefore, there will be no education system. There will be a serious break within the education system.
The last one, the honorable members. Okay, the Honorable Dr. Nyikal, Professor Nyikal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this issue is demonstrating a very important fact, that this House must realize that the executive is taking this House for granted. Why do I say that? Look at the communication that has come from the Leader of Majority. The way CDF issue has been going on, it is an issue that is well known within the whole government, and the magnitude is known. It is not possible that the Cabinet Secretary is going to give a reply without actually making consultations. So when the Cabinet Secretary says, subject to consultation, what stopped the Cabinet Secretary from consulting in the first place before actually giving the answer to the Leader of Majority? It is a delaying tactic. And I'm sure that by the time the Cabinet Secretary actually wrote that reply, he had actually consulted, and I think this matter was taken casually by the whole executive. I'm sure as of now, the whole cabinet is aware of the status. Even if, as I hear now, that the court today ruled, it is clear that by the time this was being, the reply was being constructed, that information was not available. They decided, the whole executive, to take this for granted. That is why they give a casual reply to the leader of majority. What are you going to consult tomorrow that you cannot consult now before you give the reply? Mr. Speaker, they're taking us for granted. And my suggestion, when we call them to the committees, it should now, the committee should actually be in here, and all of us now will be the friends of the committee, and the whole house should sit now with them in that committee. And then they hear what our opinion is. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The last one for Dr. Bukose.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for allowing me to make comments on the report by the Majority Leader. Honorable Speaker, Majority Leader here is the messenger. And as you are aware, when the President addressed this House, he requested that we make amendments to our standing orders so that the Cabinet Secretary would have been addressed. And I think these are the challenges, and it is high time that the House takes this matter of amending the standing orders very seriously and urgently, because otherwise we'll keep on lamenting and complaining. And as you are aware, I was listening to Minority Whip. You know, he was the chair of the BBI, and you exhausted all the money. Now, this is where the problem which we find ourselves in. So there is no point of order, Majority.
The Honorable Dr. Bukose, when you get an opportunity to contribute on a matter that is...
I'm well guided, Mr. Speaker.
Proceed.
I withdraw my friend. You know he's my friend, so I was saying that in a light touch.
Proceed.
So, Honorable Speaker, I think if we can make amendments to our standing orders, then this issue that we've raised can easily be addressed. But our students are paying, and we are going to January when schools are going to open, and it will really be a big mess, especially for the first-timers who have never even issued any bursary. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I raise my case.
The MP for Kwanza, what's banning you? Proceed. You are the last one, very last one.
Very last one, but I want to say this with a very heavy heart. That, Mr. Speaker, out there's rain. Some places. And we have constructions of some schools and what have you, that the rains are going to spoil some of these constructions. Mr. Speaker, for all I know, the case that is in court is for 2013. Let the Treasury release the money as we wait, because there's nothing which has stopped them from releasing the money. The case is there. So while we do, Mr. Speaker, we want the leader of the majority to get to the Treasury and demand tomorrow that they have to release the money. Because, as we say, I don't even know what to do. I can't even get home because there are too many people complaining, both from the colleges, secondary schools, and all the other places. They want the money. So, Mr. Speaker, there's nothing stopping the Treasury from releasing the money, because what is in court is 2013. The CTF of 2015 has nothing to do with the 2013. So, Mr. Speaker, the leader of the majority should stop other businesses, and tomorrow he goes to Treasury to be able to have the money released. Otherwise, we are not happy. Thank you very much.
Next order. I have already called for the... What is your point of order? What's your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, I want to bring, with your indulgence, I want to bring to the attention of the House that the supplementary budget is coming in few weeks' time, in 2 weeks' time. I want to plead with the House that we should not pass that supplementary budget if there is no CDF. That's the language the executive will understand. Can you clap for me?
The honorable member for Kabuchai, Majimbo Kalasinga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I firmly rise to ask question number 03 of 2022, the order paper of today. Mr. Speaker, could the Cabinet Secretary provide a status report on the circumstances that led to the loss of 25.5 million shillings, Mr. Speaker, meant for the coffee farmers who supplied coffee to Nakoyonjo Coffee Factory, Mr. Speaker, in March 2022, allegedly through a robbery at Ushirika Bank branch in Kabuchai constituency. To Mr. Speaker, could the Cabinet Secretary state whether the incident was reported to the relevant authorities and what is the status of the investigations into the disappearance of the money, Mr. Speaker? Thirdly, Mr. Speaker, what actions has the ministry taken to expedite the payment and compensation, if any, to the affected farmers, Mr. Speaker, from Kabuchai, from Nakoyonjo Coffee Factory? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
To be replied before the Departmental Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. Next question. Next question. The Honorable Joyce Kamene, MP for Machakos. The Honorable Joyce Kamene. Let's go to the next question. The Honorable Abdul Haro, MP for Mandera South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and National Administration. 1, could the Cabinet Secretary provide the measures that the government has put in place to ensure the residents of Mandera County are able to acquire important government documents, including national identification cards and passports, without undue delays caused by lengthy bureaucratic procedures? 2, could the Cabinet Secretary explain the measures that the government has put in place to address the unwarranted delays in vetting of persons applying for passports in Mandera County? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
To be replied before the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Affairs. Next question, the Member of Parliament for Teso North, the Honorable Oku Kaunya. The MP for Teso North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask question number 9 of 2022 to the Cabinet Secretary for Labor and Social Protection. Roman 1, could the Cabinet Secretary explain the circumstances that led to the dismissal of Mr. Gabriel Akimwanar Obashe, holder of ID card number 7230285, from the National Industrial Training Authority on the 19th of February 2018? Roman 2, could the Cabinet Secretary indicate when the officer will be reinstated back to the office and be paid his salary arrears and other benefits for the period he was out of employment? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I notice there is a difference in the dates, the one you read and the one that's printed. You said 2018, but it said here 19 February 2022. Could you correct yourself?
Honorable Speaker, I wish to correct that. You'll note on the print, I think it was an error, typographical error. There's a question mark under 2022.
So it's 2018.
So the correct position is 2018, Honorable Speaker.
Okay.
2018.
To be replied before the Departmental Committee on Labor, the MP for Malava, the Honorable Malulu Injendi.
I rise to ask question number 11 of 2022 to the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury and Economic Planning. One in Roman. Could the Cabinet Secretary provide the list of constituencies that received a share of Kenya shillings 4.9 billion by the National Government Constituency Development Fund through the second supplementary estimates during the 2021-2022 financial year, and further list those that did not receive any funding, including my constituency, Malava. 2, could the Cabinet Secretary further explain when the Kenya shillings 2.9 billion balance will be disbursed to the remaining constituencies, considering that each constituency was to receive approximately 13 million to enable the completion of stalled projects. Thank you, Speaker.
Fair enough. To be replied before the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning. The next question, the MP for Imenti North, Abdul Dawood. Abdul Dawood. Next question. The MP for Keyo South, the Honorable Gideon Kimayo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask question number 13 of 2022 to the Cabinet Secretary for Mining, Blue Economy, and Maritime Affairs. Question number 1, could the Cabinet Secretary provide details of persons and organizations that surrendered land to Flospa Mining Company Limited in 1974 to pave way for mining in Elgeyo Marakwet County, particularly in my constituency of Keyo South? Number 2, could the Cabinet Secretary further provide a status of compensation of the said persons and organizations and indicate when all of them will be compensated? 3, could the Cabinet Secretary also indicate whether there are any plans by the government to revive Flospa mining in the said area? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
To be replied before the Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining. The next question, the MP for Funyula, the Honorable Dr. Jambo Undo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 42A5, I rise to ask the following question directed to the Cabinet Secretary for Lands, Public Works, Housing, and Urban Development. 1, could the Cabinet Secretary explain why the registered land and property owners and their agents, as are contemplated under Land Registration General Regulations 2017, are unable to obtain official searches as required under Section 34 of the Land Registration Act Number 3 of 2012, that is required for any disposition of property? 2, could the Cabinet Secretary explain why there has been inordinate delay in preparing and releasing official searches or certified copies of titles acquired and registered under the now repealed Registration of Titles Act, Cap 281, the Government Lands Act, Cap 280, and the Land Titles Act, Cap 282. 3, could the Cabinet Secretary further explain why all properties registered in the Republic of Kenya pursuant to Section 7 and 8 of the Land Registration Act Number 3 of 2012 are not uploaded in the online platform of Disasa, and when will the process be completed? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Fair enough. To be replied before the Departmental Committee on Lands. Honorable members, for those who are not who did not ask their questions, we'll go a second round, a final round. Member for Machakos County, the Honorable Joyce Kamene. MP, the Honorable Joyce Kamene. Question dropped. The member for Imenti North, the Honorable Abdul Dawood. Abdul Dawood. Question dropped. Honorable members, we go to the next order.
Order number 8, the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 49 of 2022, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission Act and for connected purposes. Order number 9, motion, tree planting along the roadsides and road reserves, resumption of debate.
Who was on the floor? There was no one on the floor. I presume that the list I have here are members of parliament who would want to contribute on this motion. The MP for Marakwet West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me an opportunity to present pursuant to this motion on tree planting along the roadsides and road reserves. Mr. Speaker, sir, this will help in terms of environmental protection. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the rate of forest deforestation in this country, it is at an alarming rate. And Mr. Speaker, if trees are planted along the roadsides and road reserves, this will help in terms of forest cover. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise to support this motion.
Fair enough. Do I take it the MP for Kilifi County would want to contribute on this motion?
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika, nami naunga mkono hoja hii ya kupanda miti, na nikiwa katika kamati ya environment, Mheshimiwa Spika, ni jukumu letu tuone ni vipi tutaongeza upandaji wa miti, na hasa zile sehemu ambazo saizi kunanyesha. Viongozi wetu si barabara kuu peke yake, barabara zote katika wards kama watahusishwa, manake upandaji wa miti na kamati ya environment iko nationally na kule kwa county. Kwa hivyo viongozi wetu MCAs kama watahusishwa pia, ili zile barabara ndogo ndogo katikati ya wodi zetu zitaweza kupandwa miti, nafikiri tutafikia kile kiwango kikubwa cha upandaji wa miti milioni 10 na zaidi kwa muda mchache. Mheshimiwa Spika, pia nataka kuzungumzia jambo moja, jambo limepita, nilikuwa nimekuhusisha pale mwanzo kuhusu pesa za NGCDF. Leader wetu wa upande wa wengi bungeni alizungumzia tu upande wa zile pesa kuhusiana na maeneo bunge peke yake. Nataka kuzungumzia pesa za wawakilishaji wa kike ndani ya majimbo yetu 47. Mheshimiwa Spika, sisi hatuna kesi kotini kuhusiana na pesa za ngafu. Zimecheleweshwa, na ni ombi langu tuone ni vipi waziri wa fedha Mheshimiwa Ndung'u aweze kutoa hizi pesa za ngafu. Mheshimiwa Spika, pia sisi tunalipa karo za shule. Tuna miradi na watu wetu, kina mama, vijana na ndugu zetu wanaishi na ulemavu. Wana uhitaji mwingi sana na wanategemea viongozi wa kike, yani women reps, kama mimi kutoka Kilifi waweze kusaidika. Na vile hatuna kesi kama vile ya NGCDF iko, sisi twamuomba waziri aweze kupeana hizi pesa kwa haraka kabla tujaenda likizo, tuone vipi tutaweza kusaidia. Tuna wanafunzi Mheshimiwa Spika, kule Kilifi mimi niko na wanafunzi wa full scholarship wanaenda kufanya mtihani, pesa zao hatujamaliza kulipa. Kwa hivyo itakuwa bora na nimesema kwa sababu hatuna kesi ya fedha hizi za ngafu, hizi ziweze kutoka kama itawezekana hata wiki ijayo, ili tuone vipi wale wanafunzi tumewasimamia kutoka form 1 mpaka form 4 fees zao tunawalipia kamili, wakalie mtihani. Wale wa pesa ndogo ndogo za basari pia sisi tunalipa, waweze kulipiwa na yale mashirika ambayo yanatuunga mkono kufanya kazi na kina mama, vijana, ndugu zetu wanaishi na ulemavu waweze kusaidika. Mheshimiwa Spika, tarehe 1 Disemba ni siku ya walemavu nchini.
Order, honorable member. Order, you've had an inordinately long leeway on this because of the sensitivity of the thing, but there is no relevance to this.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah. The MP for Kisawini, Rashid Bedzimba.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika. Hata mimi nilibonyeza kidude kitambo ili kusudi nizungumzie swala la CDF, lakini sikupata nafasi. Lakini labda uniruhusu dakika moja tu kusema kwamba ni vyema waachilie hizo hazina kwa sababu zinasaidia wengi sana kule mashinani. Umaskini ni mkubwa sana, hata watu hivi sasa wakipewa tu wakielezwa walete 200 za chakula za shule zinawashinda. Kwa hivyo ni vyema sana waachilie hizi fedha, zinasaidia watu maskini, hali ni ngumu, kazi hakuna, wanategemea hiyo. Kwa hivyo sioni sababu ya waziri wa fedha kusema kwamba anaenda kutafuta ushauri kwa waziri mkuu, kwa mkuu wa sheria, kwa sababu haijashtakiwa NGCDF. Sioni sababu, lakini pengine anachukua muda alafu ataziwachia, lakini sisi tunamuhimiza kwamba ni jambo la muhimu. Kuhusu upande wa upandaji wa miti, Mheshimiwa Spika, upandaji wa miti kando ya barabara ni muhimu sana, kwa sababu miti inasaidia kuchukua hewa chafu na kuhimiza na kuiachilia hewa safi ile ambayo sisi sasa tunatumia. Miti imesaidia sana, ndio kaona kwamba afya za watu wengi mahali kuna miti zinakuwa imara kuliko mahali hakuna miti. Ukaangalia upande wa miti ikipandwa barabarani, miti barabarani ama mitaani inasaidia umumunyikaji wa ardhi. Ukipanda miti hata wakati wa mvua mafuriko hakuna. Wakati miti hakuna na mafuriko yanakuwa makubwa na athari yake inakuwa ni kubwa zaidi. Kwa beautification ya miti, uzuri wake inafanya mahali kunapendeza. Wakati wa ukame kuna maua aina fulani inatoka, na wakati wa mvuli pia inatoka maua aina fulani na inatupa vivuli katika sehemu zile. Pia miti ni kitu muhimu sana kwa sababu kuna viumbe ambao wanalala kwenye miti ile. Kuna viumbe kama ndege ambao usiku wanakwenda pale, ndio sehemu zao, ndio nyumba zao. Kwa hivyo ni muhimu contractor yote anayejenga barabara lazima alazimishwe kwamba apande na miti, kwa sababu inasaidia watu wengi, binadamu na hata viumbe vingine ambavyo vinaishi katika miti hiyo. Kwa haya mengi, Mheshimiwa Spika, nishukuru na kuunga mkono hoja hii. Asante.
The Member of Parliament for Mosop, the Honorable Abraham Kirwa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity that you've given me just to contribute, especially to this motion of tree planting along the roadside and road reserves. Mr. Speaker, knowing for sure the effects of climate change in this country, and Kenya has not really been spared, I am for the support of this motion by Honorable John Kiarie to plant trees along the roadside and road reserves, because for a while we have continuously destroyed forests, and the forest has truly caused, by destroying the forest, has caused droughts, no rains, and the climate in Kenya has continued to change. Not only Kenya, even Africa as a whole. Kenya is now experiencing the worst drought in many, many years, in 40 years actually. We are losing animals in game reserves. Families don't have enough food because of climate change. So the only option and the only opportunity we have as a nation is to continue to plant as many trees as possible. That will be the only way to help us to reduce the temperatures of the earth, and it will help us to continue to attract more rains, and that way we will continue now to just experience a greener nation. If we don't do this as a nation, because if you go to urban areas, we may not have enough places to grow or to plant the trees. But along the roads, along the road reserves, we will have an opportunity to actually cover most parts of this country. So for the opinion, as we also encourage to plant along the reserves, we also encourage the residents and the citizens of this country to actually take upon themselves to grow trees along their homes, in their farms, and wherever they can, so that we can actually reverse the damages that we've experienced as a nation. So I'm in support of this motion by Honorable Kiarie that we continue to plant trees along the roadside and along the road reserves. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Julius Sunkuli. Is the Honorable Julius Sunkuli in the House and interested in the Honorable Julius Sunkuli? Eh? Oh, he's not there. The Honorable Member of Parliament for the Greater South, do you still intend to contribute on this motion? I notice you. Oh, it's your motion. It's your motion. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, great, great, great. John Kerry. Is Samuel Atandi in the House? The MP for Isiolo, is it? Oh, the MP for Kuria East. Proceed.
Mheshimiwa Spika, nichukue nafasi hii kukushukuru na vile vile pia kukupongeza kwa sababu tangia umekuwa kwenye kiti sijakuwa mbele yako. Mheshimiwa Spika, mswada huu ni mswada muhimu sana. Mswada ambao umekuja wakati ambao ni wa mwafaka. Mheshimiwa Rais juzi, siku za hivi karibuni, amesema kwamba katika namna yake ya kutaka kuongeza upanzi wa miti atapeana certificate kwa wale watakaofanya kazi hiyo kwa namna fulani au kwa njia ambayo itaridhisha sana. Hiyo yote ni nzuri sana. Na mimi ningependa kuongezea kwamba Mheshimiwa KJ, na nikushukuru sana kwa kuleta mswada huu, kwa sababu hela zinazopeanwa katika idara hiyo ya kulima barabara au kufanya maintenance au kuiboresha kwa namna yoyote ile ni hela nyingi sana. Na mara kwa mara ninajua kwamba huwa kuna ile sehemu au kitita ambacho kinawekwa kwenye kandarasi hiyo ili kwamba ikaweze kuenda katika kuzingatia mazingara. Lakini mara nyingi, Mheshimiwa Spika, watu wengi wanapuuzilia mbali mambo haya kwa sababu hakuna anayejali. Lakini tukiweka hii katika sheria iwe kwamba inazingatiwa kwamba kandarasi akipewa kazi tangia siku aliyeanza kazi siku ya kwanza, kwa sababu mipaka ya barabara sinajulikana, anaanza kwa kupanda miti. Ikiwa kwamba barabara hiyo itakuwa kwamba inachukua labda tuseme mwaka mmoja kujenga labda au miaka miwili, mti huo akiutunza yeye kwa gharama ya serikali, itakuwa kwamba kufikia wakati huo utakuwa mti umekuwa mkubwa. Kwa sababu exercise zingine zote ambazo zimewekwa pale mbele kwamba watu wapande miti, aidha kwa kupitia kwenye CDF, aidha kwa kupitia katika wizara, ni watu wanaenda kwa siku moja. Wakisha panda mti, wanaondoka, wanaacha wanyama wanakula miti ile. Inakuwa kwamba hakuna ufuatiliaji. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa KJ, niseme kwamba mswada huu umekuja wakati mzuri sana. Na kiangazi ambacho sasa hivi kinakumba nchi hii, hiyo yenyewe inaonyesha umuhimu wa kuweza kuchukua swala hili na kulivalia njuga na kuweza kuangalia kwamba tufanyeje ili jambo hili likaweza kufaidi watu wote. Mheshimiwa Spika, naomba nichukue dakika moja tu, niruhusu niweze kusema kwamba swala hili la CDF, Mheshimiwa Spika, na mimi sina vita vyovyote na wale ambao wanapata pato lao kwa kwenda kotini. Kuna watu wengi sana wamepitia fedha za CDF kusoma, wamepata elimu yao, wamekuwa ni mawakili, wamekuwa yani wamechukua wana nyadhifa za juu katika nchi hii. Lakini Mheshimiwa Spika, inasikitisha sana kwamba wakisha kupata wao faida kwa CDF kupitia kwa basari, Mheshimiwa Spika, sasa wanajiona kama kwamba wao sasa wametosheka, wamefika. Sasa wanaenda katika ile mkondo mwingine wa kuweza kutafuta utajiri kwa kwenda kotini, kusimamisha kila sehemu ambayo ingemfaidi mtoto maskini aweze na yeye kuwafikia na wao. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, ningependa kuachia hapa kwa kusema kwamba swala hili za NGCDF haliondoki. Ingependeza kama tungetafuta njia mbadala ya kuweza kuweka fund hii kwa sehemu ambaye haitakuja kuingiliwa tena na watu ambao wanaiona kama ni ya kuwatajirisha wabunge, na ile hali wabunge hao ndio wanaowasababisha hata na wao wakapata kulala usingizi mzuri, kwa sababu tusipopata sisi pesa ya kuwasaidia maskini, na wao pia hawatalala katika manyumba yao, kwa sababu watoto hao wasipoenda shule watageuka kuwa majambazi na italeta shida katika nchi hii. Na sasa hivi Mheshimiwa Spika, tuna janga kubwa sana ambalo linahusu ukosefu wa usalama. Sasa Mheshimiwa Spika, ikiwa sasa hivi tunalia kuna ukosefu wa usalama, Nairobi hii haikaliki, alafu tunataka tuongezee kwa watoto wetu watoke shuleni kwa sababu hawawezi kulipa karo, alafu tunawaongezea katika mitaa. Mheshimiwa Spika, tupande miti, tulipie watoto wetu shule, CDF iendelee, tufanye maendeleo ya hayo ingine yote, nchi hii iweze kuwa bora. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
The MP for Moiben, Phyllis Barto. Is it? Proceed, Madam Phyllis Barto.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this motion on planting trees along our roads by J.K. Kiari. This motion comes at a very timely time, Mr. Speaker, because in as much as we would want to plant trees everywhere, land scarcity has also become an issue, and it might take a while for people to be convinced that they need to create space in their pieces, the small pieces, to plant trees. So doing it along our roads, our highways, is very important. Mr. Speaker, in Moiben, we have started an initiative referred to as Adopt a Forest by every school in Kenya. And we are hoping that we are going to plan, at least every student, every teacher, to plant an indigenous tree and take care of it until it's mature. And that way, we will have several forests. We were looking at a scenario where in Moiben alone, we'll be having almost 1 million trees every year. And that one will go a long way to improve the environment, taking into account the importance of trees. It reminds me long time ago when we used to be told when we were young in school that when you cut one tree, you plant two. And the call for now to have these trees, I mean, to go, but what the motion which we are debating now is equivalent to going back to those good olden days when everywhere was a forest, until some time when, because of greed, because of not taking care of our forest, because of not looking at our environment. This is why we are fighting with climate change and the consequences which come with climate change. I would urge all the members of this House to rally behind and support this particular motion. We are We have a kitty in the NCDF on environment. I think it is not a matter of where will we get resources to do that. It is just the will for us to put it in practice, and we will have our highways, our roads looking very beautiful. We find that as you drive even along our highways currently, like even in Nairobi, we had been planting maybe flowers, which most of the time they were getting destroyed. I mean, we were just doing it for the sake of, it was just like an exercise in futility, because we have had many times flowers being planted, they have been destroyed, new leadership comes in, they decide we want to plant these trees, they do away with them, and so on. So it is a very good initiative. Some time back when this highway, the express road was being done, there is a tree which sits in Westlands next to Naivas supermarket, the oldest tree I think, in Kenya. It was so scary that that tree was going to be brought down, but fortunately, the designers of the road decided to redirect it so that the tree would remain. We look forward to having many of those kind of trees along our highways. We cannot be labor to give or to state the importance of trees, which we all know. I'm imagining if along all our highways we have trees, very, very beautiful trees, our environment will be good, and the benefits of those trees will be immeasurable. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I don't want to say so much. I just wanted to say this is the way to go. We are not running, there is no shortage of seedlings to plant. I'm sure that the nation is ready. It will create jobs for the young people, for the youth, for women, for men. At least people will be having some activity to do and having some income to take home. It is coming at the right time when the Kenya Kwanza government, through the initiative of our president, is planning to have forests, to have trees being planted and converting the kazi mtaani into a tree planting exercise. It's not just enough for those young people doing the kazi mtaani to just sweep the streets every day, dig trenches, cut trees. It will be very fruitful if indeed they'll be doing an exercise which is real, and they will be planting trees which will bring change in the livelihood of human beings, animals, and all other species who are on this earth. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Let me donate the remaining time to another speaker.
The Honorable Member for Nandi, the Honorable Lady Cynthia Muge.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this motion that has been brought to the floor of this House by Honorable KJ. Honorable Speaker, I must say from the beginning that the importance of trees to our environment cannot be gainsaid. And I rise in support of this particular motion, Honorable Speaker, because the most available and public land that we can be able to have our trees planted is the road reserves. Honorable Speaker, it will not only be important for our environment, but it will also be important in protecting our road reserves against encroachment, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, in our culture, where I come from, it is a taboo to fence off a tree that you did not plant. You must let it be. So, Honorable Speaker, I want to say that plantation of the trees along the road reserves will protect our road reserves, Honorable Speaker, because you find that most of our roads have been encroached and they do not meet the required standards that they were classified under. Honorable Speaker, every time I hear anyone and someone talking about trees and environment, I remember the late Wangari Maathai, She did a lot of work and she did a lot of championing for purposes of ensuring that the environment is kept well and every tree is treasured as much as you treasure the best things that you have in your house, Honorable Speaker. I remember, Honorable Speaker, when we were doing our campaigns, there's a very popular junction in my county. It is in Tindred constituency, a ward called Kapsimatwa. That particular junction called Chebaros, Honorable Speaker, has a very beautiful tree that has actually made people bring some benches for them to be able to sit there. And every time, Honorable Speaker, we were from campaigns, and every time that you would see that particular tree, you would just want to get down there and sit and enjoy the breeze. And Honorable Speaker, one funny thing, it has actually created a job opportunity for someone. There is some person or some guy who is being paid by the people who sit there to be able to sweep the leaves that drop off that tree every other time, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as I support and thank Honorable KJ for having been thoughtful enough to bring this particular motion to the floor of the House, I want to say that for us to have a country that has larger forest cover, Honorable Speaker, that when you look at the aerial maps that are normally taken in this country and other countries, Honorable Speaker, you can be able to see a large forest cover as large as that one of Uganda. Honorable Speaker, I've always admired the aerial views of Uganda as a country, Honorable Speaker. We want to see that that happens in Kenya. And how that happens in Kenya, Honorable Speaker, is for us to be able to love trees with every breath that we take until we perish. Ensure that every opportunity that you have, you're able to plant a tree. Even if it's not in your land, you can just sow a seed and get going so that someone who will be there 20 years to come will be able to enjoy the benefits of that tree. Honorable Speaker, I want to also say that I'm very happy having heard and listened to Her Excellency Rachel Ruto, the First Lady of the Republic of Kenya. I am happy, Honorable Speaker, because she is holding dearly the issue of the environment. And I'm sure with that, Honorable Speaker, we are going to have a country that is not only sensitive, but also responsive in regards to ensuring that we have trees in our country. Honorable Speaker, there is a very famous saying that says, the best time to plant a tree was 20 years, 30 years, or 40 years ago. And then it says the second best time to do it is right now, Honorable Speaker. I want to tell everyone that the second best time, because we might not have been there in 50 years, of course I'm speaking on my behalf, Honorable Speaker, 50 years ago or 60 years ago, is right now, that we plant a tree and ensure that we are able to protect that tree so that it can serve the generations that are coming. Honorable Speaker, they also say a country that destroys its soils, Honorable Speaker, destroys itself. I want to say, Honorable Speaker, we are not a country that destroys itself, so we must ensure that we protect our soils by planting trees anywhere and everywhere, including our compounds. I support this motion, and I thank the Honorable KJ for having been thoughtful enough to bring these motions to the floor of the House. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
MP for Turkana East.
Thank you, Speaker, for giving me this chance to add my voice on this very important motion. So, Speaker, trees are very important in our daily life, as we can read so many things that trees gives to us, like trees help the communities in those areas where we have floods. So the time we plant trees, it protects soil erosion. And also the issue of wind. Trees act as windbreakers. In the other areas, when we talk of these planting trees along our roads, you know, before we create those roads, there were trees there before. So the time we create these roads, there is need for us to plant more trees to replace the trees which were cut for the roads to be built in those areas. So it is not something that we chance, but we need to do it because there is also the saying which says, you cut one tree, you plant more. Trees also help our communities when it comes to the issue of food, those are fruits, and also honey. With trees, we can have bees, and from the flowers of those trees, the bees can manufacture honey for human beings. So trees are very important. Mr. Speaker, we can allow me also to say something on the NGCDF, because I was to contribute but not get that chance. Mr. Speaker, I like to add my voice on this issue of CDF, whereby there are people who are just moving at the corridors of courts every day on this issue of CDF, in the sense that they are fighting the MPs, forgetting that they are fighting the Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, I just want to urge those people, ladies and guys who are just moving in the courts, to fight the MPs from the areas they come from. Let them come and we compete for these seats, but not to fight the CDF. CDF is for the common mwananchi. It is not meant for the MPs. The only thing we have in this position we have been given here by the wananchi in those areas. So the only thing they can fight with us is just to come and we compete, not to go there and do harm which they have done. As we talk in my own constituency, all the kids who are supposed to go to school, they are at home. And I don't believe if we can have some classes, let's say those who are in Form 1 now, they are at home. We are going to miss even some students in some forms. Some schools, they will close, because now those kids, they will not do exam for them to be promoted to other classes. So there is a need for this money to be released so that these young Kenyans can go to school and continue their life. Mr. Speaker, with those few remarks, I thank you for giving me the chance, and I support the motion.
The MP for Kirinyaga Central, Gitari, is he in the House?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you. I want to congratulate my brother KJ for bringing this timely motion. Mr. Speaker, as you are aware, as Kenya Kwanza government, we have a forum to do 5 million trees, and this will be part of it. You are aware that we have the young people that are unemployed, and instead of using them for cleanup in the kasi kwa vijana issues, they can be used by these contractors in doing these trees. Mr. Speaker, we've seen cows going for as low as 500. We've seen goats going for as low as 100 shillings because of drought. If we cover all our roads with trees when they are being constructed, Mr. Speaker, we will have a chance to attract rainfall, and we might get out of these droughts. Mr. Speaker, there is a debate on the climate change, and it's a serious debate, and we'll only succeed if we do this planting of trees on our road itself. Mr. Speaker, I'm one of the people who do designs of roads, and one of the biggest challenge we get is encroachment along our roads, because what the government did, they acquired, but they did not survey out and marking the head of road itself. Mr. Speaker, when these trees are done, they will assist in curbing these menace of encroachment of our roads. Mr. Speaker, if you drive in Kirinyaga Central, around our the only university we have, Kirinyaga University College, you'll see the beauty of having trees along the road. One time, I had a chance to go to the second president's home at Kabarak, and you can see the beauty of trees along the road. So I want to say, Mr. Speaker, we want to encourage my brother and tell him, after this, let's follow it so that we have a bill so that this one is actualized. Mr. Speaker, on the same note, I want to end the debate. I was in a forum whereby we've been informed that the NGCDF was knocked out by the court yesterday. So, Mr. Speaker, we have to stand up for our issues. And Mr. KJ, we should, I think in the motion, at a point when we are doing the bill, we should include all the roads. Those are the ones which are covered by Kenha, the others which are covered by Kura and Kera, so that all of them, even if we are doing Maram roads, we are sure that we do the trees. I support.
The Honorable Caroline Ngeleche, you have only 5 minutes. And then after that, the mover will be asked to reply.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this motion. First of all, let me appreciate Honorable John Kiarie, MP, for the motion. Honorable Mr. Speaker, I am a county MP for Elgeyo Marakwet, and Elgeyo Marakwet is the second largest, it's the second county in Kenya with a forest cover of 37.6%, majorly indigenous trees. This issue of planting trees along the road, to me, in all the other parts of Kenya, is very important, Mr. Speaker. We are faced with a challenge of climate change, and we always educate people, and we always try to convince people to plant trees within their compounds. We convince people to plant trees in schools and other institutions. The government has land, unutilized land along the road, which is yet to be developed. Why can the trees be grown in those areas, whereas you know some of the land reserves, road reserves, might take long before they are developed? And I think it will be prudent and well in order if it can be utilized to grow the trees for the time being. When you go to other countries, you find that along the roadsides, people have been encouraged to plant not only trees, but also fruit trees, which will serve as to conserve the environment, and at the same time, fruits can be grown along the road. So, Mr. Speaker, I wish to support the motion, and I would wish if each and every part of the road, at least we get to have trees planted. Number two, Mr. Speaker, trees are windbreakers, and especially in arid and semi-arid lands. At times you find that we are faced with a challenge of maybe flooding or very strong winds blowing along the roads, especially in the north, what do you call these ones? The roads, the all-weather roads, which are not yet developed. So it will be good if we can have these trees. Then again, Mr. Speaker, we know that in Kenya, as much as we would want people to conserve the environment, so many people are still dependent on firewood as a means of cooking, or as a way. You find many homesteads, over 80% of homesteads in Kenya, Mr. Speaker, are still dependent on firewood as a means of cooking. It is good as they cut down those trees because of lack of an alternative, or as they destroy, it is good also the government to encourage by planting more trees, so that as people cut down and destroy another few, then we can have more trees being planted. And we should also do that to give an example to young generation, that the government is also encouraging people to do planting of trees, not just telling individual people and private persons to do the planting of trees. The government should lead by example by allowing the bare land that is within them to do the tree planting. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Ganze, please take exactly 3 minutes, and then followed by the Honorable Member for Kwanza, another 3 minutes, and the mover will reply.
Okay.
Proceed, Honorable Members.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I also want to congratulate Honorable KJ for bringing up this motion to Parliament. It's a very timely one because, as you all know, Kenya at the moment is suffering from the vagaries of climate change. And one way to mitigate climate change is to make sure that we have enough tree cover in the country. We need to increase the forest cover so as to attract more rainfall to reduce the effects of the current drought. So this is a very timely motion, and I support the fact that we should embark on a drive to make sure that we plant trees in all the road reserves that we have in the country. And I want to commend the President for coming up with a plan of planting 5 billion trees in the next 5 years. And I think it is a good way to start with the available road reserve, but we should not stop there. I think this exercise should cover all public places that we have available, including public primary and secondary schools. Again, I would want to note that we have had road contractors who have really cut down trees, but they have not reinstated them. All the contractors are supposed to do what we call the environmental impact assessment, but most of them do these reports as a formality, but they don't go ahead to mitigate the effects of cutting down trees to implement the project. So I think more needs to be done to compel contractors to make sure that if they cut trees for them to construct roads, they have to make sure that these trees are reinstated so that we can maintain the forest cover that we have. And I want to bring an issue that is currently happening in my constituency, Ganze, and Kilifi at large. Of late, we have seen Chinese contractors translocating baobab trees. They are uprooting baobab trees and exporting them or taking them to their countries. Baobab trees are very valuable to us. They have a lot of emotional attachments to especially my tribe. And whatever is happening in Kilifi right now is not the right thing to do. So I want to urge the respective or the concerned government department, please, this is an exercise that needs to be stopped with immediate effect, because if it is not stopped, then in the near future, I think all the baobab trees in Kilifi are going to be taken to China. As leaders, we want to make sure that we increase forest cover. So it's a pity to see some trees are being translocated now to foreign countries.
Order. The Honorable MP for Kwanza. You have exactly 3 minutes, Honorable MP for Kwanza. I understand the Honorable KJ has decided to donate a few of his minutes to the gracious lady. Okay.
Mr. Speaker, I think this, I want to take this opportunity to thank Honorable John K. for coming up with this. I think that's also a foresight, because we having problem, the economic issues and what have you, now with the dry spells is because of the cutting of the trees. And therefore, I think as we pass this motion, which you want to take into a bill, we want that the contractors that are, whatever contract, whether with the KRA, with the KRA or KENHA, they will be contracted to be obliged that as they do the roads, Mr. Speaker, they should also be planting trees as they go along. Reason is that, as you know, these road reserves are almost 6 meters from the center of the road, either side. So you're talking about 12 meters, and 12 meters is a lot of land. And given that we have got these ecological problems we're having, these dry spells that we're having, because of the changes in the climate, we want, therefore, that these people, when they're contracting with the KENHA or KERA, they should be able to sign to plant the trees on either side. Secondly, we also can also talk to, as you take off this project, we can also ask the families that are along the road to be able to take care of their areas to plant the trees. And I'm sure that can be done, given the fact that if they are going to be paid for something small, the families or whatever along the roads will be able to plant trees and look after those trees. The Speaker, it's very important, and I think I also want to thank the honorable member, because where you go in a dry area, you will find that there's, at the roadside you can be able to did irrigation without interfering with anybody in the effort to grow these trees. And of course, the importance of the whole thing is that the trees then, of course, would be able to grow without any problem, because there'll be a cooperation between the owners of the land along the road, plus, of course, the Kenha or whatever. So whether it's Kenha or Kera, we should be able to enforce this rule so that they can be able to plant trees. And that, of course, will enable us to have climatic changes in this country. We are having problems. In my area, we used to have rain, now there's no rain, just because of trees. So I think this is a very good idea, and I'd like to take this opportunity to say thank you, my friend. I think your thoughts actually are very beneficial to this country. And thank you so much. I support.
The Honorable Member of Parliament for Kajiado County, Honorable Leah, you have 2 minutes that were donated to you by the Honorable MP for the Greater South. Proceed. Behind you. Oh, okay, proceed.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support this motion by the Honorable Kiarie. This is actually very timely, and I support it fully. I support the motion not only to have our trees planted on the main road reserves, but throughout our counties to increase the tree cover and to curb the effects of climate change. Mr. Speaker, I also rise as I support this motion as I advocate for this motion and have trees planted to cover most of our vegetation. Mr. Speaker, I'm also careful. I'm also very careful on the choice of the trees that we choose to plant on our vegetations. In the early 70s, Mr. Speaker, there was a tree species by the name popularly known as the Mathenge tree, which was introduced in Kenya from South Africa. The tree, Mr. Speaker, was to rehabilitate the arid and semi-arid areas due to its resilience, fast growth rate, and its many uses for fodder, honey production, shade, windbreaker, amongst others, Mr. Speaker. On establishment, Mr. Speaker, the tree aggressively evaded areas of indigenous vegetation and manifested negative impact on rural landscape, as well as on human and livestock health. I want to say, Mr. Speaker, that when we choose these trees, let us choose trees and do good research on whether the trees are resilient to drought. We should also look at the long-run impact on the trees, on the human and livestock. This tree has grossly affected my county, Kajiado County, especially the areas of Magadi and Kajiado Central, by aggressively affecting the vegetation. The tree grows along the roads, Mr. Speaker, sometimes evading into roadways, affecting the roadways and affecting paths, Mr. Speaker. I support this motion in totality, and I urge all of us that next time we have trees brought to us, we ask the authorities to kindly check on the background on the trees, so that as much as we get the positive impact from the trees, we also don't get the negative impact as much as we want to grow the vegetation for our counties.
The Honorable Professor Nyikal, you also have 2 minutes donated to you by the MP for the Greater South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Kiare. Mr. Speaker, trees are the lungs of the earth. They give out, they take the CO2 that we give out, and they give oxygen to breathe in, us and all animals. They take water and they transpire the water into the air, cooling the earth. They also are rain catchment. They stop erosion. And the world population has now hit 80 billion. As that increases, we need more trees. I therefore support this. But, Mr. Speaker, I would want to just make 2 points for Honorable Kiari to take into consideration. The law as it is now, the road authorities, particularly Kenya, actually will clear all all trees from the road reserves. So we'll have to actually look at the law. I tried in my constituency to actually put outside the road reserve, but those are private land. And therefore, if we do that, we may need to now engage the owners of the land to actually take care of the trees and nurture them. I think if we look at the law along the roads, and then we involved the private owners of land just outside the road reserves, I think the program will be workable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support.
The Honorable KJ, Honorable Kiarie.
Thank you very much.
Did you give somebody else another 2 minutes?
Yes,
Did you donate?
Yes, sir. I did donate some time to the Honorable Dr. Pukose.
Which
2
you have
minutes.
not communicated to me.
Yes.
But then now proceed.
Let me donate another minute and a half to the Honorable Shakil Shabir.
Fair enough.
And a minute each to Honorable Ruto and Mheshimiwa, actually.
Honorable Ruto, the MP4.
And with your permission, Mr. Speaker, each one can have a go, 1 minute each. Yes.
Honorable MP4 Keses. The Honorable Dr. Posing, proceed. Pukosing.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My name is Dr. Pukose.
Pukose, okay.
Or you can call Robert, the member for Endebes. Honorable Speaker, this is a very good motion because we are saying we plant trees along the road reserves after the work has been done. I think it will be good if the designers can capture that, because when you look at the forest cover in Kenya, we are talking of forest cover of about 6%. At independence, the forest cover in Kenya was 10%. Right now, we are at 6%, which is around 3,500,000 hectares. That is diminishing. And if we continue like that, then we are heading in the wrong direction. So by introducing for us to make sure that along the road, we are able to plant trees, but it should be also in a planned manner, such that it is both for beautification and also for both environmental. And we should be able to decide what type of trees are planted along the road, because there are some trees that can also be hazardous. They can be a hazard to the traffic, such that if you have a tree that falls on the road, it can cause accidents. The trees also should be able to, we should also be able to look at the power lines so that we don't interfere with the power lines, because if a tree grows in such a way that interferes with the power lines, then we can have interruption of power. So with those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I think it's a timely motion that we should make it into law, and it will be a very important step. Thank you.
The MP for Keses, then followed by the MP for Kisumu.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for this 1 minute I'm being donated by my good friend, Honorable Kiarie. Mr. Speaker, the discussion about plantation of our trees along our road reserves is a timely discussion. In any case, not only in our road reserves, I would really propagate that we begin to think out of our box and look at all public institutions that we have. Because one public institution or asset is road reserves, we have hospitals, we have schools. We need to think around that place in the sense that we want to address and mitigate the challenges of climate change. As we talk now, we are addressing drought and the challenges brought out by drought. Now, we need to look forward. Where did the rain begin to hit us? Kenya, for the first time now, we are borrowing. We are asking for relief food, even to areas that were not experiencing challenges like before. And if we look at all this, it surrounds the challenges of climate change that we are now. So I want to support the motion, and by saying we need to ask all relevant ministries, including farmers. You know, I come from a farming area, and we have these terraces that are being advised by agricultural officers for the purpose of minimizing soil erosion and managing the drainage of water that are running along the shamba. We also want to design and look at KEFRI and all forest agencies, advise the farmers what kind of trees they can plant on the terraces that are friendly to the crops, and at the same time, we are achieving the desired tree coverage in our Kenya and managing our environment and looking at the challenges that the future generation are going to face. Thank you so much. Let me donate a few seconds to my immediate person who has been mentioned. Thank you so much.
You have been donated, and you donate again. Order.
I stand guided.
Order, Honorable Member. Yeah, the Honorable Shakil Shabil, you also have 2 minutes, exactly 2 minutes. Anybody who wants to be donated something.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And the donor is.
I want to support, I stand to support this.
For the Goreti South. Proceed.
Thank you. Honorable Chair, Speaker, I stand to support this very important motion. In this time of climate change, we need to formalize some of these things. It isn't that roads were not having trees planted there. In Kisumu, we had some lovely roads and some lovely trees which were cut down very, very viciously just because, and we left with nothing, just because somebody wanted to put a kiosk there. I would like to also suggest that when we look at this, the planting of trees is not the issue. Trees are planted, but they does not germinate because they don't look after it. So I'll be looking to, when the motion is coming up, the bill is coming up, we'll look to see how to amend it, not only to say plant the trees, but put the obligation on the person on the road that they must look after those trees, maybe the contractor or whoever has handed over by law. Mr. Speaker, sir, in my constituency we have, and I would like to also have this thing extended to schools. Schools must also have this. So we take advantage of this particular motion and extend it to school areas which are common areas. In my constituency, Mr. Speaker, I have started something called a pilot forest program. Because we've been putting trees everywhere and they don't even last 10 minutes or 1 hour or maybe 3 weeks because some cow comes and eats it. So we have this pilot program which we have fenced off, and it's less than a quarter of an acre, and that program at this moment in time is being featured in the CDF documentary. So those are the things we need to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, KJ, for bringing this. Thank you, goodbye. Thank you.
The MP for Mwingi North, and Zengu, you have also 2 minutes donated to you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to contribute to this motion. From the onset, I want to support the motion by Honorable Kerry and thank him for donating some time for me. And as I support this motion, this morning I was driving along the Mombasa Road, and when I looked at the way the expressway has been done, it's a beautiful project, and we thank the government for having conceived that idea. But when you look at the nakedness that has resulted from demolishing the trees that used to be along Uhuru Highway, Mombasa Road, you really feel it. And if you go to Europe and in other developed countries, almost all the streets are usually having trees planted on the road reserve. If you're going to Kitui from Kwanza, you will find the beauty as you enter Kitui, a project that was carried out by Kefri. And so I agree with the Honorable Kiarie that indeed, even as we plant trees for environmental purposes, we are also going to beautify our cities and our roads. So I want to really support and say that Honorable Kiarie should actually graduate this motion into a bill and make it an act of parliament, and so that it can be enforced to ensure that all new roads, like if you look at the new roads that have been built in Nairobi, the bypasses, none of them have got trees planted on the road reserve. So I think I ask Honorable Kiarie to escalate this to an act, bill, and eventually it becomes an act of parliament. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise also to support this motion by Honorable KJ, because, Mr. Speaker, as a way of maintaining our environment, tree planting is very, very key. Mr. Speaker, this tree planting along the roads is not only beautification, it does not only help in beautification, but also it helps in improving environment conservation, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this will go a long way in the rallying call raised by our president that we need to plant 5 billion trees, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, measures should be put in place to ensure that any other development along the road does not come to interfere with trees that we plant. Mr. Speaker, when you look at Nairobi city today, Nairobi is very beautiful because of past leadership. The mayor for Nairobi those days decided to put the plant trees along the roads within the city, and that is why we have a beautiful city in this region, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate KJ, because when you look at many cities in our county, many towns in our country, Mr. Speaker, the buildings are good, but the surrounding environment does not look pleasant, Mr. Speaker. So I support this motion so that going forward, we have a beautiful country surrounded by trees, and that will make our environment good. Thank you very much for this opportunity, and we will support this thing going forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Naomi Wako, MP for Marsabit, has also been donated 2 minutes. What's your point of order? Okay, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I want to join my colleagues, honorable members, by supporting this motion, this very important motion and very relevant. Mr. Speaker, sir, as a country, we are going through a very serious drought, which is as a result of deforestation in our counties. And I support this and encourage in every citizen, we plant trees in every school, and every function that we have as leaders, let us encourage tree planting along the roads and make sure that we also protect. Mr. Speaker, when we do this, we will not only beautify the area, but we will also take care of our health, we will also take care of the environment, and that in turn will help this country to come up with healthy citizens. And we will also be able to show our children some responsibility, because it is our responsibility to take care of our environment, and by planting trees, by taking care of the trees, then we will be coming up with more responsible citizens who will be answerable for the surroundings, and it is my prayer that this will be effected soon. I support the motion, and thank you.
MP for Kajiado, the Honorable Ngogoyo. Proceed. You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you.
And then you realize, the Honorable KJ, you're only left with 4 minutes. You have donated everything.
6 minutes.
Oh, proceed.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We appreciate the honorable member's generosity. It will always come his way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm Ngogoyo Onesmus, Member of Parliament for Kajiado North. I rise also to support the motion and thank the honorable member, KJ, for bringing this very important motion. Mr. Speaker, you realize planting of trees is not just because we need more trees. Increasing forest cover, it's about the oxygen we breathe. It's about holding the soil on the ground. It's about, Mr. Speaker, the future. We need to make this issue of tree planting a culture. And how we do it, Mr. Speaker, is by taking very simple steps and not magic. I therefore wish to support the motion and thank the Honorable KJ, because even as the contractors that are being contracted by different entities, county government, national governments, once we begin planting trees, this, Mr. Speaker, in a very, very big way, especially in regions that we come from, like Kajiado North, Mr. Speaker, will increase the number of trees we are planting. And not only that, Mr. Speaker, we will have people to nurture these trees so that eventually we will have increased our forest cover. In the rallying call of His Excellency the President, he said he wants to do 5 billion trees. This is one way of, in a simple way, increasing the forest cover, which eventually, Mr. Speaker, in our future, we will have protected the generations to come. And like Wangare Maathai said, if we don't take care of Mother Nature will also retreat and not take care of us. Therefore, we wish to support the motion and thank the honorable member for giving me his time so that I may contribute to this very important motion, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The honorable member for the Dagoretti South, you realize you only had 10 minutes for the reply, and it's like you've almost exhausted all of it, but the chair will use his own discretion because of the seriousness of the matter before us and the national interest. You have 6 minutes. What's your point of order, the honorable member of parliament for Kuria? From Nakuru.
Nakuru Town.
Nakuru Town, proceed.
Honorable Speaker, I wish to request you exercise standing order number 1. Honorable Speaker, I'm the chair of Environment, Forestry and Mining, and I would feel very bad if this thing just went without me giving a word. So I wish to indulge you to just give me just a minute.
Standing order number 1. One stipulates that anything not provided, then the chair can use her discretion. This is already provided. But given the fact that you come from a serious committee that concerns with this very serious issue before us, I'll give you exactly 3 minutes to say what you have to say.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and how I wish, but hopefully we'll be here next time, and you will be the substantive speaker, and I'll be able to vote for you. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank my dear brother, KJ, for the motion that he's brought, a very timely motion, and Honorable Speaker, the whole world now is talking about climate change. And part of that is the global warming and the effect of trees. And what Honorable KJ is coming up, and I want to concur with a few of my colleagues, I heard them saying, it is not only supposed to be a motion, Honorable Speaker, it is supposed to, to escalate to a bill. In other aspects of, say, like the building code and other building acts, at some point we were discussing that it's also important a certain number of trees, even if you don't have a space in where you're putting up your house or the road where you can be allocated a place in the forest department, by the forest department, in our forest for you to be able to do that. And I think it is important for us to think as a country that much as we are trying to address the issue of climate change and global warming, planting of trees is a key. We will escalate as a committee also, even at the school level. As much as at the school level, we encourage students to start taking up as a subject so that we can. And lastly, Honorable Speaker, is the importance of taking care of forest fires. We plant trees. They take years for them to be able to grow. And then just maybe a person taking a cigarette or somebody, malice, goes and puts fire in our forest. Again, we need to look into the aspect on how we can be able to protect our forest in the sense of reducing the incidences of forest fire that consume a huge population of our trees. So I want to thank my dear brother, and pongezi sana for the good work you're doing. He's from an urban area, and in an urban area, you expect not so many trees, but he has taken upon his responsibility to be able, and you are a good example for the young people who are in this parliament under the age of 35. I think this is his 4th motion in less than 2 months, and he's a good example of the young people. I hope the other young people will be learning from what KJ is doing and be able to address and represent the younger people in this. Asante sana, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable KJ, the mover now can reply.
Mr. Speaker, this is the first time I was speaking to something substantive this afternoon, and I'll take the earliest opportunity to congratulate you for ascending to the presidium, and I know you are no stranger to that seat, having presided in a previous parliament as a deputy speaker, and I have to say that it has been quite a pleasure. What a joy it has been this afternoon having you preside over the business of this House. Thank you also for your magnanimity. As I reply, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to refer to my statements when I was moving this motion. And I took this House down memory lane. And I talked about one man by the name John Dawson Ainsworth, a colonialist. He was a DC. He was around 20-something years old. He was tasked with the job of establishing a city. He had been a DC in Masaku, where the colonialists had imagined the capital city would be, but he was moved here when they identified a piece of land which they thought was fit to build a city. This man, Ainsworth, planted trees. Unfortunately, they were not the very environmentally friendly ones, but he was planting trees to treat a malady of flooding in this city. In his own wisdom, he had gone and found out that the Australian blue gum was very good in sucking water out of a city, like out of a land that is as swampy as Nairobi. As the Swahili say, baniani mbaya kiatu chake dawa. This man, though a very appetite-driven colonialist, did great service to this city by planting many trees. You know, Mr. Speaker, that these trees have existed for more than a century. It is us, in our own wisdom or lack of it, that have come to cut down the trees that were planted by John Dawson Ainsworth. But I won't celebrate him as much as I will celebrate a man by the name John Gakuo. John Gakuo was a committed, selfless civil servant. Unfortunately, someone has said, it was Lee Kuan Yew who wrote in his book, that the tragedy of Africa is that we kill our best. The Honorable John Gakuo died in prison crying to be taken to hospital just to get some medical attention. One of our finest civil servants, one of our best city clerks in this city died, but we remember him for the greening and the cleaning of this city. Mr. Speaker, it was Yellow Taxi featuring Vanessa Carlton that sang that they took all the trees and put them in a museum, and they charged $1.50 for people to see them. And they were mourning and saying, don't it all seem to go that we do not know what we have till it's gone? Mr. Speaker, we are mourning the drying of our city, the drying of our country, the effects of climate change because of the trees that we are cutting down. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm bringing this motion at a time when the president is committing to this country planting 5 billion trees in 5 years. But, Mr. Speaker, if you go to places like Kiambu, places like Kisii, you will see that the shambas are the size of a handkerchief, Mr. Speaker. People cannot afford land for their cultivation, land for tree planting, and even for burying their dead, Mr. Speaker. So we are talking about planting trees at a time when there is a big competition for the land resource. We have to be innovative, Mr. Speaker. And the innovation has been built upon by the contributions that each and every member who has spoken to this motion has built onto this motion, Mr. Speaker, that we might not be having enough land in our shambas. But if we are building 600 kilometers of road per annum on average, Mr. Speaker, these 600 kilometers per annum can be good corridors for planting and greening our country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is in the contributions that came up here that we learned that science has proven that by the higher the degree of temperatures going up, the higher it goes, the poorer do countries become. The poorer do people become. But even shockingly, Mr. Speaker, science has proven that temperatures going high in a country contributes to the stupidity of people in that country, Mr. Speaker. Quite a shocking revelation by science. Mr. Speaker, there's been a big component of preserving the trees after planting them. It was a build that was made by members here as they were contributing. They said, beyond just planting the tree, we have to think of a component of how to preserve them after we have planted them. Mr. Speaker, it is a shame that the contractors that we give the work to build roads in this country, most of them foreign, do the things that they would never do in their countries, Mr. Speaker. The foreign contractors are actually culpable of the felling of trees along roads as they are developing these roads, Mr. Speaker. These foreigners would never do such an unimaginable thing in their countries, Mr. Speaker. It is time we stood up as Kenyans and said that any contractor that we give a road contract should be tasked, one, with the task of replacing all the trees that they cut or fell during the construction of the road. And secondly, these, as has been said here, should be escalated to a bill, and I shall take the task, so that we can set a threshold of how many trees should be planted per kilometer. Mr. Speaker, I would want to finally ask that the executive takes note of the resolution of this House, Mr. Speaker, because I am urging this House to resolve that we plant trees along roadsides and road reserves. Let this resolution of this House mean something, Mr. Speaker. I did have a word with the Minister for Environment, a former member of this House, the Honorable Saiton, and she committed that she shall work with this House on the implementation of the resolution that shall come out of this motion. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity and for the magnanimity of contributing some time to my fellow members who wanted to contribute to this motion. I do appreciate, and I beg to move, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to reply.
Honorable members, ordinarily, the chair would have put the question. But because we do not have a quorum, the chair cannot be put. It can only be deferred to an appropriate other date when we have sufficient quorum, and then the only business left is putting the question. Thank you. Honorable members, the next order. I must admit quite a lot has changed in terms of the manner in which the House is chaired on such. Next order. The next order is the Honorable Member of Parliament for Kwanza.
Order number 10, motion. Publishing of the rules and regulations for private land use and management in regard to the minimum and maximum land holdings in Kenya.
The Honorable Ferdinand Wanyonyi, you can move your motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move the motion that aware that the Article 68C1 of the Constitution of Kenya provides for minimum and maximum land holding acreage in respect to the private land, deeply concerned that with the high population, I repeat, with the high population and the demand for the land have resulted in an excessive fragmentation of land into an economical units, noting that at the same time, the number of the people own large tracts of land which are not utilized optically, and noting further that recognizant of the fact that the Constitution in the Article 61 sets out the principles of the land policy, which, among other things, require that land in Kenya shall be held, used, and managed in a manner that is equitable, efficient, productive, and sustainable. This House, therefore, resolves that the government enforces the compliance of Article 68C 1 of the Constitution, Section 158 of the Land Act 2012, and the National Land Policy, Sectional Paper number 3 of the year 2009, on the maximum and the minimum land holdings in this country, Kenya, through publishing of the rules and regulations for the private and land use and management in regard to this minimum and maximum land holdings in Kenya. Mr. Speaker, it's very critical that we look at this, given, first of all, that we are having population growth. The population growth in this country is going up every other day, nothing is stopping from it. And therefore, we should increase the food productive to avoid famine, as we are now realizing, and anger that we are now experiencing in this country. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, fragmentation of land, that is dividing land into an economic unit, small little land, thereby reducing cultivative land. That is, if you have like three children or 3 sons, what have you, you divide a small piece of land, giving the firstborn, secondborn, what have you. That again is you're actually interfering with productive land. Therefore, this should stop otherwise, as we are doing now, and I can see this all over the country, particularly in my area, which is supposed to have been a settlement area, Mr. Speaker. People are now dividing land depending on how big the family is. Those who have got 2, 3 wives will divide that productive land. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that that land is becoming smaller and smaller and smaller. 20 years to come, will be required, will be asked what happened to your generation. And therefore, because of that, again, that observation is very, very important, because otherwise we actually are shooting ourselves in the feet. Some of the families, as you know, and I think you don't have to name names, Mr. Speaker, they are wealthy, they buy a lot of land. Others have acquired that land because of clanism or whatever, or bought a lot of land. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, you'll find somebody has bought a lot of land, and I want to say, I witnessed that in Trans Nzoia. There's also parts of it in, what do you call it, like Kipia. I saw that Kipia, I saw also in Taita Taveta area. Large families, some families buy land, and you look at it, the usage is not as expected, Mr. Speaker. So they buy land, either acquired or whatever, they bought the land. And Mr. Speaker, you'll find that they don't utilize it to what you expect them to do. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, we find that it is even necessary, and I'm just thinking about it, I'm saying aloud, you have, say, 500 acres of land, and you don't use that piece of land. You only use maybe 100 acres, and the other acre is just there, lying fallow for the animals to graze in, what have you, and it's supposed to have been used as a cultivated area. I've seen that in, for example, in the ADC in Trans Nzoia, and then I've got my colleague here from there will confirm that that land is just sitting there doing nothing. And so you'll find that that kind of person leaves that land idle, and there's nothing he can do. And so therefore we are saying the government should be able to levy that particular land, pay tax on the land that has not been used. That again, I'll leave that to the Ministry of Lands. And so that again is an issue. We have now institutions such as schools and colleges, what have you. We are saying that now, instead of now expanding horizontally, They should now expand vertically because land that's supposed to be used is now being, they just carry it around and there's nothing. I went to some place and I saw 13 acres of land for the institution and only 1 acre is used. The rest is just lying fallow. So again, that land should be used to do production. So we have now build going up instead of building horizontally, Mr. Speaker, so that it can be able to have land used, even if it means planting vegetables, what have you, even if it means planting beans or potatoes, at least that to be able to help this country. And so we have therefore a lot of problems, and Mr. Speaker, how I came back with this is supposed to be a motion that was supposed to have been in 12th Parliament, but I think it was taken, we didn't have time in 12th Parliament. I had a chance to go to South Africa, Mr. Speaker, and I saw in South Africa what they are doing is that the families live in clusters. They live in clusters and leave the rest of the land. Even if you have 4 or 5 children, you have your area, maybe 2 acres, 1 acre, you build it up there, you stay there with the children, and the rest of it is left for cultivation. And that's what we are doing because there's now a lot of competition. We're having now farming today. You ask yourself, why do we have farming in Kenya, of all the places? And the land is there. It's because we haven't used the land very well. And therefore, I've come up with this motion so that eventually it may become into a bill so that can be able to get the government get involved in the whole thing and to making sure that the land is used productively. And as I said, I just want to repeat myself, those with large tracts of lands, which are just lying fallow, and the Kenyans out there have no food because they don't have land. And that comes to you and me as a Kenyan, as a leader. And therefore, we should use that land for productive purposes other than just lying fallow. And therefore, we want to ask the Ministry of Lands if this is going to be a bill. We may have to pass it through this Parliament so that those who are just having land for the sake of it, because they inherited land or because they bought a lot of land, Mr. Speaker, they should actually be taxed for having the land lying fallow. I want to, because of time, that's what it is. I want, therefore, to take this opportunity to ask this House to support this motion because it's very important. Today, we should be able to look at what is happening, what will be happening 20 years to come. With those few remarks, I want to ask my colleague, Honorable Robert Pokose, to second. Thank you.
You beg to move first, and then
I beg to move and ask Honorable Dr. to move, to support, to
second.
To second. Thank you.
Proceed, Dr. Bukose.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, my neighbor, the Honorable Ferdinand Wanyonyi, aka Makufuli, for this important motion. Honorable Speaker, on the onset, this constitutional amendment, I think it was informed by several factors. One is that when you move along the roads, especially in places such places like Rironi, such places along the railways, you'll find that many people are struggling to plow along the railway line. Yet when you go deeper inside, you find that there is a lot of idle land that no activity is being done. In food production, Egypt, which is virtually a desert, is the 4th largest producer of wheat. And you look at even Israel producing fruits that they're able to export. The land in Kenya that is arable is by far more bigger in acreage compared with the area along the River Nile that is being plowed in Egypt for irrigation that is producing wheat. And Egypt is exporting wheat to the rest of the world. Kenya, people are starving. You have populations that, as we speak even today, we have our populations that are facing serious starvation, that they are asking the government to intervene. We look at, Honorable Speaker, you come from the northeastern part of the country where we are facing serious drought now. I come from the North Rift. We are harvesting maize as we speak. In our farms, we have a lot of maize stalks that instead of this, what normally some people will be able to grind this maize stalk and give it to animal feeds. Some people, they are plowing it back into the land or they're even burning it. Yet we have our animals in other parts that are dying. So we need to really think as a country, what is it that we are not doing right? Because we should not be, another part of the country has plenty and another part of the country are facing starvation. So for me, this bill, in terms of, I think, in terms of we need to be able to, when it comes to regulations, through public participation, we should be able to decide which areas, how much somebody can be able to, where there are supposed to be residential places, because somebody can buy even 10 by 10 feet to build a house, because people need decent housing. I hope that this housing project by the government can be expanded so that many Kenyans can have access to decent housing and release more land for cultivation. But of more importance is for us to be able to look at idle land, which is lying within the country, that is not being utilized, yet it is within very arable areas, that we can be able to, either the owners can be made to pay taxation, or they should be able to release that free land to those who can be able to use, even at a certain fee, so that we can be able to be food sufficient as a country, we can be able to take care of our own needs, and be able to address the issue of food safety. Because food safety and food security, I think they run in tandem. And therefore, this bill by the Honorable Ferdinand Wanyonyi, this motion will require a formulation of both regulations and both the law that can go through public participation and let Kenyans have candid discussions on how they want to move as a country so that we are able to organize ourselves in terms of housing, in terms of agriculture, so that we have enough food for our people and enough even food for export. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support.
I now propose a motion that aware that Article 68C 1 Roman of the Constitution of Kenya provides for minimum and maximum land holding acreages in respect to private land, deeply concerned that with high population growth and the demand for land have resulted in excessive fragmentation of land into uneconomic units, noting that at the same time a number of people own large tracts of land which are not utilized optimally. Noting further that cognizant of the fact that the Constitution in Article 60, Subarticle 1 sets out the principles of land policy, which among other things requires that land in Kenya shall be held, used, and managed in a manner that is equitable, efficient, productive, and sustainable. This House therefore resolves that the government enforces compliance of Article 68, Subarticle C, Roman 1 of the Constitution, Section 159 of the Land Act of 2012, and the National Land Policy, Sessional Paper number 3 of 2009, on maximum and minimum landholders in Kenya through publishing of the rules and regulations for private land use and management in regard to the minimum and maximum land holdings in Kenya. The debate is now open. The Honorable Omboko Milemba.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this chance. And congratulations for the order you've brought in the House. Honorable Speaker, land ownership in Kenya and the world all over is a story that develops itself, and that old story may inform also our contributions on this particular motion. That actually originally the land ownership was defined by the first occupancy theory. This was based on the fact that those who occupy land first owned that particular land. The Kenyan situation is the same, because several tribes that occupied different areas were able to settle in those areas, and that became their land. So then, the Kenyan situation changes with colonization or the coming of the foreigners to this country. The first team to arrive was made up of the Arabs, the Persians, and that history goes on, and therefore they alienated part of the coastal land for their use. But I think when the Portuguese did arrive, they also did alienate a lot of land. But the worst injustices, Honorable Speaker, were then done by the British colonizers, who set in with what was called the land ordinances, beginning with the ones of 1894, coming to 1902. I think the most popularized is the 1915 one, which alienated the Maasai land and so on and so forth. I am coming close, Honorable Speaker, to the issue of land subdivision. So therefore, the Africans who originally would occupy any area and fight among each other for land occupation were now restricted to certain areas. And that set in the issue of land subdivision, which has continued. For those communities living in Western Kenya, where I come from, like Vihiga, and all the way to Kisii, where we have a lot of population, and even to where the two mover and seconder of the motion, Kitale areas are, and even Luoland, the population is very high and the land is very small. So that then raises the question of actually implementing the constitutional requirement that a minimum or an optimum minimum be required for the land that can be owned, and even a maximum one. And therefore, this motion is relevant. But for me, this motion allows us a chance, therefore, to actually look in the land policy issue currently as put by the Constitution of Kenya 2010 in its Article 40, which guarantees ownership of private land by any person, and is only limited by Article 65, which restricts maybe certain foreigners from owning land, and if they were to own it, they would own it on a lease of 99 years and thereof. And therefore, given the current circumstances where this country is reeling from hunger and starvation, and that agriculture becomes the core business, and I like the Kenya Kwanza policy, which now fronts agriculture as the core issue which must be undertaken to solve the issue of food in this country, then this motion becomes relevant. But as it becomes relevant, Honorable Speaker, it is important to address the issues of those small land owners who will then have to surrender their land in order for us to provide space for agrarian land. But I'm happy there's certain mitigations that can be undertaken. Honorable Speaker, why do people subdivide land into small pieces? Most of them do that in order to give a share to family members, and this is customary, Honorable Speaker. Others do it to give out land as gifts, while others sell it for profits. But others may even, private developers may subdivide land for the sake of value to sell it to other people. But I want to capture the first reason, to share it among the family as a matter of customary inheritance from the forefather to the father, and then father to son. This will have to be addressed so that the government can spare money, if there is such a fund, so that this land is bought from those families who will be paving way for land to get arable for it to be farmed, and then we resettle them through the good program that now the current government is carrying out on a housing scheme, which will actually guarantee every Kenyan a proper and decent housing for himself. If that happens, which is very good, like the mover did indicate in South Africa, then this will provide also a forum and easy means to make these many families who are clustered in the same place to access the social and other services they require, like water, electricity, and many other social services, even gas, which can be provided if families are living in the same place. But, Honorable Speaker, the big question is the arable land that is lying idle, and which is larger than the small lands that we could be targeting. The truth is that majority of the people with small lands are tilling it even 3 or 4 times a year, like in Western where I come from. We till land 4 times. There is the first digging, as we call it in local English, the second one, and even the third one. And therefore, it is fully utilized. The real challenge are the owners of the big chunks, whereas the mover was fearful to name them, but they are named everywhere. And you will notice that it's unfortunate that the political leaders are the ones who also own much land, with exception only number 5, who is a lady by the name Miceless Lie. Otherwise, we really need to bring land to taxation. Honorable Speaker, today I've been speaking to the task force or the presidential working team. And one thing that they are also dealing with is how to make sure that schools and education is sustainable. Education will only be sustainable if we have enough food for the children who are going to school. And therefore, we must bring to some form of taxation for the lands that are lying idle. In America, Honorable Speaker, education is actually paid for by property tax, specifically property tax, and mainly land tax. Those who own land and they are not using it are taxed. Other forms of property are taxed, and that is the money that is raised to fully fund education in Kenya. This motion, Honorable Speaker, for me it opens a way whereby we can easily discuss a bill that levies tax on idle land to fund education in this country. Because CBC is really killing the parents in the countryside because of the cost of education. Remember, education is supposedly in the Constitution supposed to be not only free, but compulsory. But the government is struggling to fund education because of the limited resources. If we did a tax specifically on property and more so land, this would be the area to get the money to fund education. Otherwise, the owners of this land must be forced to actually till it or lease it so that it is still for production of food, which is now a challenge in this particular country. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I find this motion very good, coming timely, but must be expanded beyond the railings of imagining that the smallholders are the ones who really need to be dealt with. But the truth is that the real challenge lies with the maximum amount of money that one individual should be owning in this country. And how is he using it? Is it lying idle for prospection or for to sell, or it is doing something? Honorable Speaker, I support this motion and thank Honorable Wanyonyi for thinking this way. But he must remember that the cultural practices of the Luigas, where you have to receive, and many other communities in this country, where you must receive some land from your father, are not completely killed. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Kilgoris.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for this opportunity. And the motion is brought by a good friend of mine from Kitale and seconded by a member from Kitale. And that is very surprising, Mr. Speaker, because although he is my lovely friend, I don't hold the same view with respect to this motion. First of all, Mr. Speaker, when you read Article 60 of the Kenya Constitution, subsection B of that article, there is an emphasis on the security of land rights. And, Mr. Speaker, you will remember yourself that some years back, the Honorable Elijah Mwangale, coming from more or less the same area as the Honorable Mover, brought up this issue at a forum and used this title, which really I find difficult to understand, of idle land. Mr. Speaker, land use is more the issue. Although the member who spoke last said that the elephant in the room is not fragmentation of the land, but rather the large landowners, I would like to submit that the problem with the land in Kenya is that we are subdividing it. And if you go to the farms in Kitale, the smallholder hand-to-mouth farmers earn less than the people who have large tracts of land. And in the People's Republic of China, where I stayed and worked for 5 years, the big tracts of land in Harbin and in other areas are the ones that feed the country. We should not fall into this temptation of thinking that because some people are landless, that the cure for this is to subdivide the land. In fact, subdivision of land will reduce productivity of that land. And one thing we should disabuse ourselves, Mr. Speaker, there is never going to be a time when everybody in Kenya is going to own land. And the sooner we come out of that belief that people should own land, the better. Because we are multiplying and the land is not multiplying. And we fall into this temptation of subdividing our land, it is not going to be viable in the long run. The second issue here, Mr. Speaker, coming from an area that is pastoralist, and on behalf of many pastoralists, I would like to say there is no such concept as idle land. You see, Mr. Speaker, if I have my 100 cows and somebody is taking a trip maybe to Masai Mara, and he looks at my land because my cows are grazing at another corner, and he calls my land idle land, without knowing that tomorrow that is where my cows will be grazing. It is a question of how do we use land. Our lands in Masai land, in Somaliland, in Somaliland, but among the Somali, and in Samburu and wherever there are pastoralists and a river, should not be classified as idle land. And I know that the members from particular areas of Kenya have pressure. They don't know, they cannot see the future. But I can tell you, I've seen the way the Kisii people have reacted to land pressure. When you compare the economy of the Kisii people and the economy of the Maasai people who have a lot of land and the Kisii don't have, the economy of the Kisii is stronger because they have since moved on to try and find other ways of running their economy. They are not sitting down salivating on the Maasai land. And I think that those communities that are facing pressure on land should actually be more innovative and show their people how else to make money. They are never going to get land because the land belongs to other people. And I want to revisit this issue. Mr. Speaker, we are one Republic of Kenya. We are, I agree. But you see, everybody has his corner in the end. And you see, you cannot bring, when it comes to sharing of property, you cannot in the end put together one pool of land and say that this is Kenya, there is a group of people who do not have land, and there is another group that have land, so now let us redistribute or let us... That, Mr. Speaker, will only be a recipe for chaos. In this country, there are those people who use land for agriculture. Let us, for tilling. Let us encourage those people to do more with their land, to technology be improved so that their land can get used in a more economical way. Those who are keeping cattle should use their lands to the best of their knowledge. These attempts, Mr. Speaker, of having to use this land as if it belongs to the government has been tried in many countries. During the Cultural Revolution of China, all land belonged to the state, and you are not allowed to make money out of your land. But when Deng Xiaoping became the president of China, he encouraged people to get rich. And you can only get rich if you know that the land you're working on will never be interfered with by any sort of policy or law. That in fact, when I get old and die, my children will be able to inherit what I have made, and that will continue to be handed over as time goes on. Any policy to come and say that I'm not sitting properly on my land, that I should be taxed without taking into consideration even whether I am actually able to do that particular activity, economic activity, that's not run. We must tell our people that once you own your land, please take a loan or please do your best to try and use the land to the best way possible. If I am not able to do so, it's my land. Nobody else should tell me that there's punishment towards that. Why was Kenya doing very well during the Cold War? Because the countries that became socialist, and I don't want to name them because they are friendly nations, they tried to get people to live in clusters, and then the rest of the land to be productive. Who ever worked on those lands? We must be able to tell ourselves that this country, this one, is built on some capitalist foundations. That we must be able to say, where we value our own wealth, how I own it, how I use it, and how I dispose of it. So I would shy, Mr. Speaker, to encourage anybody to come and say that if you are not using your land, then the government or some policy will have a say. The only person who should have a say is yourself, because the title deed you hold over land is called absolute proprietorship. And we must never destroy the freelance nature of our land, because once we destroy the freelance nature of our land and we bring in all manner of government policies to interfere into our ownership, we will destroy the enterprising nature of our Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, I would urge my honorable friend to separate the two issues. Fragmentation of land is actually causing less and less food, and I think we should stop that one. But, Mr. Speaker, we should encourage more and more non-fragmentation of land, and we should stop coveting the large pieces of land that are around. Mr. Speaker, I beg to oppose.
Thank you, Honorable Julius Sunkuli. The Member of Parliament for Marsabit County, Dr. Naomi Wako.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I stand to support this motion. We know that our country is growing and the population is increasing day by day. And Mr. Speaker, we are experiencing this excessive fragmentation of land, whereby some families have even nowhere to bury their loved ones. We also know very well that some of the incidences that has happened of late, of people killing family members or committing suicide, is as a result of frustrations that they face because they have nowhere to place their heads. They cannot share the land that is there because it is too small, and they have no money even to buy. So, Mr. Speaker, those who own large lands that are not utilized, we are in this country where many rich people own huge land where they are not using or the land is underutilized. And even when it comes to selling, the prices are quite high, such that the ordinary citizen cannot afford. And in fact, if they can be encouraged to donate to the poor that live around there, maybe that can help. But today, we can see that it is the poor struggling to buy from the rich, and they struggle to save every coin that they have so that they can get a space where they can put up a house. In fact, to some extent, some families, when it comes to burying their loved ones, people struggle a lot. Again, the unutilized land has caused food insecurity in our country. We know very well some of the people who own the land, they just own the land because of some sentimental thinking, because they don't want to develop, they don't want to plant, they don't want to do anything. But just having the land there satisfies them. So they are not doing any development on the ground, on the land, and even planting, they are not doing anything. Most of them live in the cities. And so Kenya, like now, is suffering because we do not have enough food to feed our people. So we need enough land where possible so that those who can do farming can do, and those who can also develop the land can develop so that they can create enough wealth. We also know very well that poverty level in some areas is quite high, like where I come from. We have huge land, but you cannot, do farming in most of the areas. You can also not be able to stay there because of harsh climatical conditions. And so we are forced to gather around the mountain in Sako area, and that is what we keep fighting. That is the area that we keep fighting over. And if the government can help to settle people and develop the place by bringing all the basic things that people need, like water, infrastructure, schools, and even electricity, then people can settle so easily and see how they can survive. And so, Mr. Speaker, I support this motion and also suggest that even as we think of how this will be implemented, those people who are endowed and have huge lands, let them take care of the people around them, see how best the land can be utilized for the betterment of the city. Thank you, and may God bless us.
The MP for Seme, Dr. James Nikal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this motion, but with caution that I'll talk about later. Mr. Speaker, this motion arises from what I can see from three important factors. One, that in this country there are large tracts of land, so that as you move around, you wonder who owns them and how they are used. And some are ranches, so the owners say they are well used. Some you wonder what they are being used for. That is a fact that we are all aware of. You move in some places and you are told this land belongs to an individual family, and you are moving for miles and miles in a vehicle, and the land still belongs to one person or a group of people. The second fact, Mr. Speaker, which is also a reality, in some parts of this country, the pieces of land are so small, and the subdivision is going on to infinitesimal small portions that are cannot even be productive. There are jokes that in some places, if you have a roof that has no collection, the water from your roof falls into another person's land. That's how small they are, and that is also a reality. And then a third factor now comes from the constitutions that we have, Article 68C1, that provides for a minimum and a maximum acreage of land in respect to private land. So if you put those three factors, you actually get a huge issue that needs very serious consideration, because people with a small land will say, the Constitution entitles me to land. But the same Constitution, Mr. Speaker, in Article 40, also gives the right to property, which includes possession of that property, control of that property, and I guess that also means its use, exclusion, so that it's exclusively owned by the person, and also enjoyment and disposition. Again, you find yourself in a situation where you have the Constitution on one hand giving the right to own at least a small piece, and on the other hand, to own, even if it's a large piece or a small piece. And on the other hand, a Constitution which is saying you should put limitations. But this actually just indicates, Mr. Speaker, the huge problem of land we have. In this country, there is even conflict between the conservationists, even the forest land, and people. We know there are communities that have been caught for a long period of time because they are being denied the use of land which the nation and the state sees as forest land in which people should not live. That are also there. Mr. Speaker, again, the same issue of land. We have structures, we have systems, we have laws, and in government, there are offices that deal with land. But we have reached a situation of land where the purchase of land is so unsafe that properties, that the titles that you receive are no longer sacrosanct as they should be. You have a title, and you are told that that title was not properly acquired. And yet, the only provision for an individual is to go to the Ministry of Lands and do a search. And what that search gives you, Mr. Speaker, you are a lawyer. What else does an individual do if you have gone to the custodian of all the processes of land as enshrined in the law, and those custodians then violate the processes? So that this has been a huge issue. It has been so huge that even before the Constitution, I think, we had the Ndungu Commission, which actually gave a lot of recommendations that look reasonable on what to do where somebody has owned land, has developed it on the belief that it's theirs. Then you find that the processes unknown to them were not followed, and therefore rendering the titles probably not as legal as they should be. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, as I support this motion, which calls for regulation that will anchor the Constitution, Article 68, but I think it's not just the regulations. I think you may have to look at the whole, Land Act and all other acts before we even talk of the regulation. But something needs to be done. That's why I support this motion, that it will actually provoke some action of looking not only at the regulations, but actually all the acts that relate to land. In my view, Mr. Speaker, I think the midway would probably be the use of land. The tract you have, however large it is, how are you using it? And two, the taxation of land. We should not have a situation where actually people suffer when we think large tracts are not being used properly. We are all terrestrial animals. Where else can we live if the land does not belong to us? Very soon people may just say, the air is also mine, so what shall we breathe? So I think what we should look at, and I'd ask the mover to actually follow this up, not just in regulations when it comes to implementation, but even looking at all the acts that are involved, so that we look at the utilization, because if land, however large land is, if it is used well, it will be productive to the country. If it produces food, it will feed people. It produces things that are exported, it will improve the economy. And also the tax, because if the tax comes in, then even the people who don't have land will benefit from the taxation. With that, Mr. Speaker, I support this, but I support the motion, but I add that we must look at it very, very broadly with historical issues, that with illegal issues that are pending in court, and the commissions that have been put in place and their reports that have actually not been implemented. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Member of Parliament for Kandui, the Honorable John Makali.
Honorable Speaker, for granting me this opportunity to contribute on the motion that is before the House. At the outset, I must congratulate my colleague and friend, Honorable Ferdinand Wanyonyi, for bringing this particular motion. Honorable Speaker, going down memory lane, when we were enacting or were having discussions towards enacting our new constitution in the year 2010, one of the most contentious chapters was a chapter on land. And there were very hot discussions on what provisions should be put on the chapter on land. Article 68(1) clearly gives this House the powers to enact legislation that will prescribe what is the minimum and maximum land holding. So by this motion coming to this particular House, it is trying to give effect to our constitutional imperative that is granted by Article 68(1) of the Constitution of Kenya. And, Honorable Speaker, if we look at Schedule 5, there were timelines that were given towards the enactment of legislation. And if we look at Schedule 5, this legislation ought to have been enacted within a period of 18 months. To date, there is no legislation that has been enacted that will prescribe the minimum and maximum land holding. So, Honorable Speaker, this motion is perfectly before this particular House, so that this House can be able to deliberate and come up with a resolution as to the way forward. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, Section 159 of the Land Act requires that the Cabinet Secretary is required to establish a commission to carry out a scientific study to inform the particulars of the legislation, and the study should be shared with the public and their input taken before such kind of legislation is passed. So, Honorable Speaker, we are stating that there is actually no fear. Those who are worried that if we put this legislation up in place, large tracts of land will be lost, there is actually absolutely nothing to fear, because all this will be subject to public participation as required by Section 159 of the Land Act. It cannot be gainsaid, Honorable Speaker, that we have persons in this country who own large tracts of land. It can also not be gainsaid that there are also persons in this particular country who stay on very, very small portions of land. Where I come from, they describe those people who live on small portions of land as people who stay in a point. It can also not also be denied that we have had several cases of historical injustices where we have had land clashes over land issues. We have had issues of squatters, people who have nowhere to stay. Once we can be able to move up this particular policy and have it enacted by this particular House, we will be able to address all these particular concerns that people have had over the land issues in this particular country. In setting up maximum and minimum legislation, we will not be the first ones to be able to set up that. Several jurisdictions in America, several jurisdictions in Australia have provisions on minimum land holding and maximum land holding. And, Honorable Speaker, once we can be able to set up these regulations and these policies, we will be able to clearly demarcate places where we can do serious arable farming, places for settlement, and also gain up funds to enable us be able to tax, in my view, persons who hold land, which they do not use. We have persons in this particular country who hold huge tracts of land, but they never pay any tax on it. Once we have this particular policy up in place, I think we should be able to address all these particular concerns. So, Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this particular motion and say we will be discharging up our duty, which is a constitutional imperative given to us by the people of Kenya by Article 68(1), which we have not realized up to now. I rise to support, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Makali, just before you sit, Article 40 speaks to, and I'm asking you this as a lawyer.
Yes.
The right to property.
Yes.
And that right as the right to acquire, possess, abuse, misuse, and dispose of.
Yes.
And then you have Article 68, to which you have referred the House.
Yes.
Talking about limitation to acreages.
Yes.
Now, where provisions of the Constitution disagree, which one prevails?
Yes, the entire Constitution.
I'm asking you this only because you're a prominent lawyer in the country.
Yes, Honorable Speaker. And my short answer to that is this, is that the Constitution must be read in a purposive manner.
Yes.
And my starting point will be Article 60, which says land must be used in an equitable, efficient, productive, and sustainable manner. I'm mentioning those key words because they are very important to me. Then we move to Article 61 that says, all land in Kenya belongs to the people of Kenya collectively, as a nation, as communities, and as individuals. So we are saying land belongs to the people of Kenya. And we have hyped the values of equitable use, efficient use, productive, and sustainable use.
Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
You have indicated you're standing as a learned,
yes,
as a learned person.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
For Kericho County, the Honorable Beatrice Kemei, you look very anxious to contribute.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute. And first, I must say that I'm supporting the motion about the rules for private land use and land holdings. And I want to thank Honorable Ferdinand for bringing in this motion, Mr. Speaker. Secondly, I must say that land, to us, where I come from, is a very, very important asset, and you can be known by the size of land you have, as wealthy or not. And even to add on that, Mr. Speaker, before a girl is married off, the father would always ask, do these people have land? Yes or not. If they have land, then they are wealthy. You can have where to go and live, where your children will live, and even to food, and even food maybe on the table will be put by that, Mr. Speaker. So land to us is very, very important. However, and land fragmentation has been the issue that we have. Mr. Speaker, looking at the size of land at the moment, I can say that the families who had 5 acres, those are our grandparents. Then coming to our fathers who have maybe 3 sons, the land has been fragmented to 1 acre, and then reaching our age and our children, they will have very small, less than 1 acre, maybe have 1 acre or a quarter, so that it may not be used for something that is very important. So I want to support this motion by saying that, and the land use, which involves the management and modification of natural environment, to build it into very important use, is actually what I'm supporting. Land for agriculture, I must say, Mr. Speaker, that if we have many people living in particular area, just maybe like in the North Rift, those side of Trans Nzoia, there's large fast pieces of land. They can live in a particular area that is designated for settlement, and then the rest can be for agriculture. But you realize that, Mr. Speaker, in some places, depending on the fertility of the land, depending on whether the land can be used for arable or for other uses, people tend to move away from such places. So to me, I would say that I support the fact that people should live in a particular settlement area, and then other areas can be left for farming, and that is when we'll have food security, large fast of land to be used for farming. And Mr. Speaker, when it comes to places like Mau Forest, people have actually gone deep into the forest because of the fact that the land is very sparse or scarce where I come from. And that one has been an issue. It is also something that has disturbed many, realizing that others have lived up as squatters. Others have to be evicted from the forest, and others live in camps just because of the issue of land. So if we come out very clearly, Mr. Speaker, and bring in rules on how this land can be used and publish those rules on the use of land, it is very important. We have people who have large pieces of land first, but not, I may not say they are not using they are not put into much use, but we do not know how they are using it. And that is why when people go and live in those areas as squatters, then I think they should not be chased away, because what is that land using? And nobody, when they go out of this world, Mr. Speaker, will go with this land. Can you imagine some people don't have even where to put a house, and then the land is there for years and years. As much as everybody has a right to own property, the way we've just read from the Constitution, we should actually be considerate. And if somebody is not using that land for years and years, and they are not even paying the land rates, then this land, which belongs to the government, just the way we've just read that all the land in Kenya belongs to the people of Kenya collectively, and as a nation, and even as a community, as individuals. So if an individual is not using that land, then why don't we let other people own that land and use it properly? We have land that is used for recreation, but people are not using it for recreation. People have actually exploited it further to use it for other purposes. And it is because of the fact that the population has gone up and people are not able to have even where to live. And that is why the land that is set aside for recreation has been exploited, Mr. Speaker. We also have land that is used for maybe mining. I would actually say that such land, after exploitation, need to be rehabilitated so that that land can be used for other purposes. So I would say, Mr. Speaker, that land use is very important to modify how it can be used. I would also say that for us to make sure that even the people who don't have land can have, then we need to look into these issues correctly. We have people who own land, maybe they don't even have title deeds, and they still own that land, I can say illegally. Can they have the title deeds? And Mr. Speaker, some people have been killed because of the issues of land. So I want to say that the government as we come and discuss in Parliament, and the ministry should take this one seriously. The arable land has been overexploited, so that issues of soil erosion has taken place. Now, looking at people planting along the roads, because that is just a public land, and along the reserves, it is because of the other areas that belongs to individuals, the large vast of land that are not used well. So I would actually say that when we have these rules, and of course the regulations, it will go hand in hand with helping our people, and even to know how to acquire land also. It will help those who are landless to be settled. It will help those who have not been exploiting their land to bring it into very important use, so that the land that is just lying idle, people will wake up and use it correctly, Mr. Speaker. And that is when we'll also have food security. So I stand to support and say that this is a very important motion that we should all support. And thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mpuru Aburi, MP for Tigania East. I hear you are as qualified.
No, it's okay, it's okay. Asante Bwana Spika kunipa nafasi hii. Kwanza Bwana Spika, mambo ya masamba katika nchi yetu ya Kenya ni mbaya zaidi. Ukiangalia let's say for example upande wa Meru tuko na Timau. Timau kuna watu ambayo wako na more than 4,000 acres. Na neighbor wao ama wale ambao wamepakana nao akana only 20 points. Kwa hizo pointi 20 Bwana Speaker, yule jamaa akona eka zaidi ya 4,000, yeye peke yake ndio analima. Na hiyo kilimo wanalima hapa katika nchi yetu ya Kenya, hawauzi pale Kenya, wanapeleka wengine South Africa, wengine Netherlands. Wale ambao wako pale ndio wanaendelea kuumia Bwana Speaker. Motion hii inaisupport kwa sababu inaangalia watu ambao hawana uwezo wa kuwa na shamba kubwa. Motion hii inaisupport Bwana Speaker kwa sababu ukiangalia mara mingi watu wanahangaika, wanataabika kwa sababu ya mashamba Bwana Speaker. Ndipo mimi nasema kwamba hii ni motion ambaye inaangalia mtu wa kawaida, mtu ako chini, mtu ambaye hajiwezi, mtu ambaye yeye mwenyewe itia kwamba hii motion ikipita Bwana Speaker, Kenya mzima itafanana, kwa sababu kuna wengine wako na mashamba na hawalimi, kuna wengine wako na mashamba ambaye ni wanyama wanaishi kwa ile mashamba Bwana Speaker. Ndipo ninasema kwamba kama wao hawataki kwa wale mashamba Bwana Speaker, yaweko tax kubwa zaidi. Na hiyo tax ikiwa kubwa sasa Bwana Speaker, itia kwamba ataona itia kwamba kulipa ile tax itakuwa ni ngumu kwake, akawie wa Kenya. Na kama sio hivyo Bwana Speaker, yale mashamba mengine si ya kununuliwa. Hii ni mashamba ambaye watu walipata kupitia mlango wa nyuma Bwana Speaker. Kwa sababu wewe uko kwa serikali, kwa sababu wewe unajulikana kwa serikali, unakatiwa shamba kubwa na serikali. Na ukikatiwa lile shamba Bwana Speaker, waangalie nyuma ya kwamba kuna wale wanahangaika. Ndipo nasema Bwana Speaker, hii motion mwenye kuileta na isupport kwa sababu ndio serikali ile iliyoko wakati huu iendeze gari lao ikiwa na side mirror, kwa sababu inasemekana kwamba usiendeze gari bila kuwa na side mirror. Waweke side mirror, waangalie nyumba iliyotendeka kasamani kitambo ya kwamba kuna watu ambao walipata
Mpuru, side mirror kwa Kiswahili tuaita nini?
Ya Bwana Speaker,
sababu kwa kanuni za bunge yafaa uongee kwa lugha moja.
Ya kwa lugha moja Bwana Speaker.
Kiingereza ni hivyo.
Kwa saizi Bwana Speaker, hakuna lugha mbili nimeweka lugha moja. Ya kwamba nasema kwamba serikali inayotawala wakati huu iweke gari house vioo ya upande ndio iangalie mali inaenda na mali inatoka, ya kwamba kwa watu walipata masamba kwa njia ambaye haifai. Eti ya kwamba waangalie kuna watu wanataabika. Ukiangalia upande wa Tana River, kuna watu walio na masamba kubwa sana. Ukiangalia Mombasa kuna watu walio na masamba kubwa. Angalia Molo hapa. Kwale watu wanaumia Bwana Speaker, na neighbor wao ama wale ambao wamepakana nao wanataabika Bwana Speaker. Ndipo mimi nasema kwamba mwenye kuleta motion hii Bwana Speaker, ninaisupport ya kwamba watu wasikizane, watu wapendane, ndio tuwe kitu kimoja. Ya kwamba katika nchi yetu ya Kenya inasemekana kwamba walio na pesa ndio wataishi na pesa, Wale ambao hawana pesa wataishi bila pesa. Bwana Spika, wakati huu motion na support ya kwamba masamba walio na masamba kubwa wawekewe kwamba wawawe yala masamba ama wauzie watu ambao wanaweza kununua masamba. Bwana Spika, I support the motion. Bwana Spika, thank you so much.
Mjumbe wa Central Imenti, Mheshimiwa Moses Kirima wakili.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First and foremost, Mr. Speaker, sir, I take this opportunity to support this motion by my friend Ferdinand Wanyonyi. This motion is timely because, as it is stated in Article 60 of the Constitution, there are a number of things which ought to have been done up to now from the time when this Constitution of ours was promulgated, the 2010 Constitution. Some legislations ought to have been done by this Parliament, at least to regulate of our land, tenure and land use in Kenya, ought to have been at least legislated upon. Mr. Speaker, sir, in Kenya, as it is now, we are facing hardship of lack of food. And this lack of food is not that we don't have land to cultivate. The problem we have, Mr. Speaker, sir, is land use. Whereby land which is fertile enough for production of food is lying idle. Is not in use because, Mr. Speaker, sir, the same land is being owned by people whom we call telephone farmers. Most of them are living in Nairobi, and they are not using that land for the benefit of Kenyans. My support of this motion, Mr. Speaker, sir, is that if you go to developed countries like Germany, Belgium, and those others in Europe and even parts of America, you'll find that there are tracts of land which are arable and they are being used for production of food. And then the public, citizens of the country, live in a well-programmed settlement, which settlement, Mr. Speaker, sir, has all the amenities which are necessary and which are required for human existence. You find in those settlements, there are shopping malls, there are places of residence. Those places of residence are supplied with electricity, sewage system, adequate water, and all the amenities which are necessary for a good human habitation. And then the rest of the land is commercially used to produce food commercially for the people of those countries in a way that the food will be enough for their consumption and even they get extras to sell or even to export. And then they earn foreign currency out of that food which they sell from what they have produced. So my suggestion is that we should have that registration as it is supposed to be in Article 60 of the Constitution. And that registration, when it comes, because I tend to believe that there will be a bill following this motion in this Parliament, of which bill we are going to put regulations and other orders therein, of which is going to stipulate how we are going to be using that, to be using our land, and what size one is supposed to be owning, and if one has that big trunk of land which is not in use, what can he be paying the government so that the land cannot just be lying idle there, is not commercially being used to benefit the Kenyans, and it's not earning the government any revenue. Because some of us, some even of the members of parliament here, they have those pieces of land which are just lying idle because they have powers to purchase them. Go to Meru. You find large tracts of land all the way from Laikipia to the other side of Meru. That's Embu. And those big tracts of land are not in use. What is the government earning out of those big tracts of land? Traverse all the area up to Isero and the other side of Garissa. We have big tracts of land and they are owned by individuals. What is the government earning out of it? But the registration, as it is in this motion, if things are put in a place, Mr. Speaker, sir, it's my belief that those pieces of land are going to be beneficial to the Kenyans because the tax paid for having those big trunks of land is going to benefit even the small man who does not have any other source of income in Kenya. Otherwise, there is what's supposed to be called land consolidation. We should move from the parochial idea of subdividing small pieces of land which cannot benefit anybody. Because even though it is said that the moment you subdivide these pieces of land, they give you incentives of how you are going to earn your earning through other methods, because you know that there is no land of which you can use for production. But that's not the case. We shouldn't be thinking out of the box. We shouldn't be thinking of how we can survive by consolidating these small pieces of land and making them arable, or making them how they can even be used by farming them through machinery or through machines, mechanized farming. And there is no way we can have small fragments of pieces of land and use mechanized farming in them. So we should come out in a way that we should have a modality law, whereby we will have a minimum, a piece of land which one should own, and the maximum which one should own, so that at least the extras can either be given back to the government or to those people who are able to utilize them for commercial gains of all Kenyans. So I thereby, Mr. Speaker, sir, support this motion by my colleague Ferdinand, because it is well thought of, and it is the right time that we should implement Article 60 and 68 of the Constitution to have the full force of law. Because within a very short time, Mr. Speaker, sir, I know, if it had happened sometimes back that maybe I succeeded, it meant that these sections could have been dealt away with, because we could have maybe discarded this Constitution. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I think that first, if we embark on implementing this Constitution, it's one of the best documents, and it has a solution of many problems which Kenyans have. I support the motion, Mr. Speaker, sir. Thank you.
The MP for Samburu County, the Honorable Pauline Lenguris. And members, we have barely 10 minutes to the end of the debate today, so if you could use even less, a fewer minutes, you would accommodate more.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me this opportunity to contribute on the motion that is on the floor of this House. Mr. Speaker, we all understand that land is a very sensitive issue in Kenya that is supposed to be handled with a lot of care and caution. I think we have seen in this country so many cases, so many disputes that are related to land use and land fragmentation in Kenya. I heard my colleagues saying that there is idle land in Kenya, but to me, I believe that there is no idle land in Kenya, because land is either owned by an individual or owned by communities. In a place where I come from, land is owned communally. So in my place, there is no land that is idle or land that does not belong to anyone. Most of the land in the place that I represent is not put in use, not because people don't want to put into use, but it's because of the harsh climatical conditions. So people will find a lot of bare land that is not being used, but sometimes we use our land for grazing our animals. And you know, in the place where I represent, livestock is the main source of livelihood. We have also converted most of our land into conservancies, and conservancies belongs to communities. It is also one way of attracting tourists. Tourists come from all the way from abroad, and they come and see wild animals. It's also a source of income to this country and to the counties that we represent. So I stand here to oppose the motion, because I don't believe that there is any land that is barely idle in this country. If the government wants to put land that is not in use into practice, I think they can consult the owners, and the government can support them in facilitating them to be able to put the land into practice. One, by maybe giving them the technology or enabling them with the technology that can assist them, for example, in getting water for irrigation, drilling boreholes, making dams, and maybe we can put that land into agricultural practice. Because right now, because of the harsh climate, we are not able to use most of our land. And if given to other people, I don't think it's something that's acceptable. And also the Constitution of Kenya has given Kenyans the right to own property, the right to own land. So the government can lease the land if there is any land that is not into practice in most of the areas. For example, there is a big place in Laikipia. There are historical injustices of land, like the land in Laikipia. It's owned by very few individuals, and for many years we have brought petitions to the country demanding the land back, but there is no response from the authorities. So I stand here as a pastoralist to oppose the motion on the floor that we cannot accept that kind of law in Kenya, and we want to be assisted by the current government that we have formed to be able to put most of our land into use. I submit, Mr. Speaker, and I oppose the motion.
Honorable Beatrice Elachi, are you on an intervention or you are contributing? Can you use less than 3 minutes?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'll use less than 3 minutes so that... Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this motion. This motion comes because we have Article 68 in the Constitution in the land chapter. And if we want to deal with it or remove it so that we go back to other things, then we have to go to a referendum and remove it. But for now, we must ask ourselves, Mr. Speaker, as we put this, it was to guide Kenyans, one, those who have minimum acres, to ensure they do not subdivide their lands. Mr. Speaker, when you look at Nairobi today, land has been subdivided. It has become plots. Today, the children of those who own this land are suffering and now languishing in poverty. And so, Mr. Speaker, even as we speak and look at the regulations, for those who are absentees landlords, they must now decide whether they want to continue using this land, or you give the land to the communities also. Because we have people who are just absentees, like in Coast Province, like in other areas, and the land lives there, and people are languishing in poverty. They cannot even farm it, and yet we have someone living abroad or in Qatar who owns this land. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, as I support, I would say let us agree as Kenyans. There was a purpose of this chapter. It was not to take the land where we have grazing or anything, but it was to deal with landlords who are absentees. And we must deal with this matter, Mr. Speaker. As I finalize, I think we need to look at this chapter of land properly, look at the regulations that we are given, but more importantly, bring an act so that for those who are with communal land, nobody is touching their land. But for those who are absentees landlords, we must deal with them, and we must give back land to the people of Coast Province, and also we protect Nairobi so that we don't share. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The MP for Kirinyaga Central, Honorable Joseph Gitari. Is there a problem with the system there? It's barely audible.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was saying that I never wanted to disturb my brother Wanyonyi, but I contacted him on the motive and where he's coming from. Speaker, I want to oppose this motion in the strongest possible words. Mr. Speaker, where we come from, we value pieces of land. How big, how small, that's not a problem. Mr. Speaker, I want to be on record to say that what I've gathered from my brother Wanyonyi is that he doesn't even know the number of surveyors in this country we have about more than 6,000 surveyors in this country, and they rely on that. This is not applicable in Central Kenya, because after consulting him, he is even telling me that the bare minimum would be 5 acres. Mr. Speaker, it's a bit wanting when people try to say that if, Mr. Speaker, you bought a piece of land, even it's 5,000 acres, that some people can come there and get part of it. Mr. Speaker, what I'm saying is, other people are in the business of fragmenting those land. Mr. Speaker, we are trying to usurp so many acts: the Physical Planning Act, the Surveying Act, the RAD Act of 2012, by introducing this motion. Mr. Speaker, I don't know the motive of this motion, but what we are saying that will be, if it had an amendment where we don't talk about minimum, and even we say that we don't, for the absentee roads, we give them taxes to the government. Mr. Speaker, I want to oppose with the strongest term. I thank you.
Honorable Lea Sopiato, MP for Kajiado County. Let a pastoralist speak after a landlord.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank you for this opportunity to make my contribution to this debate, which I am totally opposing, because it has a lot of issues that when I'm looking at it, I am thinking that it shouldn't be what I'm seeing here. Mr. Speaker, I am particularly drawn to a line that says that a number of people own large tracts of land which are not utilized optimally. Mr. Speaker, I come from a pastoral community where we rear livestock, and livestock is our backbone for livelihoods. And Mr. Speaker, from the livestock, we get fees for our children to go to school, we get money to build our houses, and basically that is our way of livelihood, and that is our way of life. Mr. Speaker, for one cow to feed in land, you need 6 acres of land per year to feed one cow. And if I have 100 cows, Mr. Speaker, I need 600 acres of land to feed those cows in 1 year. Mr. Speaker, it is wrong to imply that because my land is not farmed, is idle land. For me, rearing of cows is a business that is economically viable for our community. That is our way of life, and that is how we do it. So judging my land that is idle, I just want to know the mechanism in which, or the yardstick that has been used to see land in my place and imagine that it is idle land. Simply because my way of life is not your way of life should not be put that it is idle land. Some of us are not farmers, and if you're farmers, we are livestock farmers. And so if I do not plow my land, and you pass by and you see large tracts of land that have not been farmed, does not really mean that that is idle land. My cows are my source of livelihood, and this is Kenya, where everyone is free to own land and sell it at their own free will to a willing seller and a willing buyer. If I'm not willing to sell mine, then government should not compel me and tell me how much acreage that I should have. Some of us have communal land, and these are our ancestral lands where we inherited from our parents. If someone did not inherit from their parents and they see mine that I inherited from my parents, they should not imply that it is idle and now I should share with them. It is viably giving me income. It is there for posterity for our families. And I urge this House to completely disown this motion and throw it in totality, because this motion is not going anywhere. Again, I see.
The Speaker is on his feet. I'm grateful, members, for the interest demonstrated in this particular motion. The motion should be debated for 3 hours. I'm informed that we have only debated it for 1 hour 25 minutes. So we have a balance of 1 hour 35 minutes. Honorable Supiato, you will be the first to speak when we next sit. The remaining time for the debate when Parliament next sits will be utilized by the members who still are showing interest in the debate. Honorable members, and the time being 5 minutes past 7 p.m., this House stands adjourned until tomorrow, Thursday, 17th November 2022 at 10 a.m.